Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is on the air. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Alliant Energy, powering beyond. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Extreme, powered by Mediacom. It's the internet dreams are made of. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
Following a 4-game winning streak, Iowa basketball got roughed up on the Big Ten road at Wisconsin last Thursday. And after an early season bye week to heal those bumps and bruises and enjoy a couple days off, the Hawkeyes jump right back into action, hosting the Indiana Hoosiers on Mediacom court tonight, with road games at Minnesota and then at Rutgers to follow. It's a critical week ahead for Keegan Murray and the Hawkeyes. Good evening, everybody. With Bobby Hansen, this is Gary Dolphin. Thanks for joining us on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Bobby, it's Big Ten, big-time basketball all the time for the next 60 days. Opponents will come in rapid-fire succession. On an average of every 3 or 4 days, there are a couple 5-day windows, but for the most part, wave after wave of good to outstanding programs will be in your face. And having lost 3 of its first 4 conference games, the Hawkeyes have little wiggle room. They need to take care of the home court, starting with the Hoosiers tonight.
Yeah, no, dear. Great opportunity for the Hawkeyes this week. And you're looking at Indiana at home here, and then you go up to Minnesota. So you got to put the past in the past and just improve. And I think the week off for the Hawkeyes has been good for them. Talking with Coach McCaffrey, guys got healthy. You know, they had good, tough practice on Saturday, a couple of days off, and then went back at it and prep for Indiana here tonight. Indiana has not won on the road. They've been close. Tough game up in Syracuse. Had a 22-point lead up in Madison, Wisconsin. Gave that one away last week, but they won a couple home games, so they're feeling good about themselves. But they got an All-American. They got a big-time player along the lines of Keegan Murray, a man named Trace Jackson Davis. So I'm not sure those two will get matched up here tonight, but I'm sure at times they will square up.
11-4. That's Iowa's record on the year. 1-3. In conference play, the Hoosiers come in 12-3 and 3-2 after an impressive 73-60 victory over Minnesota at the Assembly Hall in Bloomington this past Sunday. The Hoosiers are paced, as Bobby mentioned, by All-American candidate, all Big Ten preseason first-team choice Trace Jackson Davis. Race Thompson has really improved his game, and a couple of transfers. Xavier Johnson, who came over from Pittsburgh, and former Northwestern Wildcat Miller Kopp. I'll guarantee you that opened a few eyes when that move was consummated.
Yeah, inside the Big Ten, the transfers, the open transfer portal, and he decided to give it a shot. And when we talked to Mike Woodson, about a half hour ago, he talked about that first getting the job and then going out and finding players and having to keep Trace Jackson Davis there in the fold. So they got a good one there in Miller Kopp because he can shoot it. He shot it well against the Hawkeyes at times, so got to pay attention to where he is on the court. If they have an Achilles heel, Gary, just looking at their games, is their shooting percentage. They don't have multiple guys that can make threes. They got guys that can make threes, but Trace Jackson isn't one of them. And Galloway is not shooting a high percentage. He's back from injury, but he's a capable three-point shooter.
Good point, because Iowa is the #1 scoring offense in the Big Ten. And 4th nationally. The Hawks are averaging 87 points. Indiana is giving up 61 an outing, and the Hoosiers held the Gophers to 6 points in the final 9 minutes on Sunday. Indiana is #1 in scoring defense and #1 in shooting percentage defense. They're giving up just 35% shooting from the field, 29% from three. That's good defense.
Yeah, that is good defense. They're going to be out on you just a lot like Wisconsin gets after you. You're going to be playing the gaps. They're going to be overplaying on the wing, so you can't go backwards, Gary. When you play against a tough man-to-man defense like you're going to see, you've got to attack, and you got to get Keegan Murray in position where he can go one-on-one. If a double team comes, you got to give it up. Somebody's going to be open, but you can't, again, when this team puts that type pressure on you, you have a tendency to go further out on the floor when in reality you got to go toward the basket and attack them.
2 months from today, that's right, 60 days, March 13th, they'll settle the Big Ten tournament title down in Indianapolis on Sunday afternoon. So as far as the Hawks and the Hoosiers are concerned, it's game on for the next 2 months, as well as around the Big Ten. We're headed for a start time a little bit after 8 o'clock. The Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers. Wisconsin is playing Ohio State in Madison as we speak. That's the early game in the Big Ten tonight. We're brought to you, of course, by our friends at EMC Insurance. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance. Find your agent at emcins.com. America's locally grown wireless is U.S. Cellular, with a nationwide network built from your town up, and we're proud to be the official wireless provider of Iowa Hawkeye basketball and the University of Iowa. Call in right now with your questions or comments for Bobby and I on the Hawkeye fan call-in line. The Hawkeye hotline number is 877-464-2957. 1-877-GO-HAWKS. Leave your question or comment with Brady, our in-studio producer. He'll pass it along to us. Well, coming up next, we'll take a trip down memory lane with the Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Glad you could join us tonight for Iowa, Indiana from Carver. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hey Hawk fans, Gary Dolphin here. For that extra edge that comes from looking and feeling my best, I reach for my Authentic Brand gear. The style and comfort of Authentic Brand by TCB Companies delivers that boost of confidence to be my best. Authentic Brand gear can do the same for you or your entire workforce. Outfit your life with Authentic Brand gear by TCB Companies. And don't just do it in Authentic Brand.
The Hawkeyes know a successful team works together to take the shot and score at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Case IH knows a thing or two about teamwork too. From tractors, planters, and combines to hay and forage tools, our equipment helps farmers meet their demands in and out of the field. Check out a winning lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes and ask about 0% financing. Go Hawkeyes!
Multi-platinum country superstar Sarah Evans is bringing her Copy That tour to the newly remodeled event center at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on May 21st.
And I could not ask for more. You were born to fly. No place that far.
Tickets are on sale now at riverside casino and resort.com.
In
Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
These lakes hold a lot of stories, and all of them get better every time they're told. Because you've got 40-inch gators out there, giant Lakers, crappies, sunnies, and walleye. So many walleye. Whatever you're after under the ice, Shields has what you need. Shields in-store and online at shields.com. Get ready. The ice is calling.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC Insurance Companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost, when you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
It's the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers on MediaCom Court from Carver Hawkeye Arena tonight. Tickets available. You can walk right in and purchase a ticket. Bring the kids out. It's a school night. We understand that, but this is a great education. Iowa Hawkeye basketball in Carver Hawkeye Arena. And you get to see the leading scorer in the country, Bobby Hansen. Keegan Murray leads Iowa and everybody coast to coast at 25 points a game. The coach, John Wooden, mid-season player of the year candidate, is shooting 59% from the field. He's gotten to the free throw line a bunch. He's blocking a couple shots a game. Solid rebounder. Bobby, he's about as complete a player as you could ask for.
Absolutely, he is, and he's smooth on top of it. Almost effortless, Keegan Murray is, as his brother Chris is as well, and he just gets better and better. And he's going to face a lot of tough defensive pressure here tonight, and Keegan's a willing passer. He'll get his guys involved, but I want to see him just go right at whoever's defending him tonight. Probably Race Thompson talking to their people. He supposedly put the clamps on E.J. Liddell from Ohio State, so expect that battle. Keegan and Race Thompson, but just love his progression, love his development. I love his attitude. I love how just calm. He just takes it nonchalantly, matter-of-factly. Nothing bothers him.
Extremely gifted in so many areas, much like a former Hawkeye named Luke Recker was. Can it be almost 20 years ago when he played here? He's the subject of tonight's Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf. January 27th, 2001, Iowa knocked off a gifted Indiana team 71-66. Luke Recker scored 27 points, key to second-half spurt that rallied the Hawkeyes to the 5-point Saturday afternoon win. Recker, who played at Indiana his first 2 seasons before transferring to Arizona, and then moving to Iowa a year later, scored 17 points in the second half as the Hawks got to 16-4 and 5-2 in the conference. They trailed by as many as 19 in that game. I remember it vividly because I remember Ryan Hogan, who was starting to get used to coming off the bench. He had that bad knee, but he was coming off the bench and really affecting the game, Bobby, in favor of the Hawks. He had 11 points as Iowa won its second straight game, and they were going up against Jared Jeffries, Kirk Haston, Tom Coverdale, Kyle Hornsby. That was a terrific Indiana team. But Glenn Worley's putback with 13 minutes to go gave Iowa its first lead of the game, and they went on to win by 5.
Yeah, it's a great memory. And I also would add to that the Big Ten tournament when Luke hit the runner at the buzzer, I think, to knock off Indiana on that Saturday afternoon, which was a special moment, I'm sure, for him.
Sure was. In fact, he beat Wisconsin and Indiana back-to-back games with great jump shots. Great teammate, 6'6" guard. He was that great size. He reminded me of a smaller version of Chris Street.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Very athletic. I remember Lucas being athletic. He was a scorer, an offensive player, and good teammate, as you mentioned. Everybody liked Luke.
Averaged 18 points a game for the Hawkeyes his junior year, 17 points his senior year, 1,900 points for his career. Played professionally for a number of years and now lives in Iowa City here with wife Megan, daughter Avery, and son Bennett. He's coaching Bennett. Let's see if Bennett can be close to what Dad's ability came to be. And you know, Jordan Bohannon, I was looking at Jordan's numbers today. He's approaching 1,900 career points. Jordan and Luke have many similar traits. Jordan became the NCAA's all-time leader in games played last week at Wisconsin. He'll play in number 159 tonight. And his next three-point goal will be number 400. Every one he scores now is the most in Big Ten history. Jordan, like Luke Recker, can flat out shoot the ball. That's where you start the comparison with those two.
Yeah, not afraid of the moment either. Either one of those guys, you know, they relish the spotlight, the big moment. Give me the basketball, the type of attitude that both those guys have.
Two generational players who love to compete, to Bobby's point. Both hard-nosed, tougher than a $2 steak. Luke Recker, the subject of tonight's Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and much, much more. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, just minutes south of Iowa City. Thanks to the Keel family and the great staff at Riverside for supporting our Hawkeye basketball program. Coming up next, more breakdown of tonight's game and a look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
Champions share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. You'll find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call Wyckoff Heating in Des Moines, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to Wyckoff Heating, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy in the Des Moines area, it's Lennox and Wyckoff Heating. Lennox, Wyckoff Heating, and the Hawkeyes. There's a winning combination.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one better. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval and analysis.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Welcome back to Iowa City on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Tonight it's Iowa, Indiana, Big Ten basketball from Carver and Mediacom Court. I'm Gary Dolphin, pleased to be joined by our game night sponsor, Green State Credit Union. formerly the University of Iowa Credit Union. Yeah, that credit union, Green State, and we've got the CEO with us, Jeff Difsterhoff. Happy New Year, Jeffrey.
Hey, you as well, Dolph. Good to see you, buddy.
Great to see you. How's and if that last name, by the way, sounds familiar, how quickly we can forget, but we haven't forgotten Allie Difsterhoff, one of the great scorers, was the all-time leading scorer in University of Iowa history until some gal, I think her name was Gustafson, came along. She was a pretty fair country player.
Okay. Yeah.
How's daughter doing? Is she still out in the Big Apple?
Daughter moved about 4 months ago to Denver, so she's doing venture capital for a small boutique firm in Boulder. She commutes and stuff, so she left the big city and went to the mountains. And as dad, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being someplace near the mountains.
When I interviewed her, it might be a year and a half ago for a podcast, she was loving the big city of Manhattan. And, what's not to like about the neighborhood she was living in? But she said, the rent's a little high here. She said.
It's a little stiff out there and stuff. So, yeah, she's loving it in Denver. So
good for her. Denver's a great city.
Yeah.
We just wrapped up 2021. Put your financial management cap on now. Jeff Difsterhoff, CEO at Green State Credit Union. With the difficult challenges, of course, created by COVID, most notably, how'd the year go?
It was an outstanding year, Gary. You look at it from three different perspectives. There are three stakeholders in our lives. The first is our members, right? And so on that note, we added an office in Altoona, and we bought a bank in Chicago, and that had 6 offices and 20,000 customers, or what we call members. And so we're expanding what we do to outside the state of Iowa itself. And so feel great about what we've done for our members this year. The second group I think of is our communities, and we donated over $2 million to charities throughout the state of Iowa to help them with what they do. And then the third, and probably most important to me, is our employees. And so we got recognized by the Des Moines Register as having the top workplace in the state of Iowa, the #1 large workplace in the state of Iowa. And a little birdie's told me we might be headed for some national recognition next week as well. So keep our fingers crossed for that. So special year for us.
Good for Green State. You made a commitment. Part of the award ceremony should be a commitment to help close the home ownership gap in Iowa for people of color. With a goal of $500 million. That's $500 million in loans over a 10-year span. How you doing out of the gate in year one?
We're doing all right. If you take $500 million divided by 10 years, that's $50 million a year, and we're at 70 so far. And so we're well on our way. In fact, I wouldn't mind maybe seeing us bump that goal up a little bit, Gary, because home ownership is such a way to create wealth for any consumer. And so if we can do that, particularly for people of color, we've really moved the needle. And I've been really impressed how many partners throughout the state of Iowa have reached out to us and said, hey, we saw your goal. We want to help you get there. And so it's been a cool thing in terms of municipalities, developers, et cetera. Neighborhoods wanting to help us get there.
That's great to hear. I listened to the Fed chairman give his talk a few days ago, and I'm sure you've looked at that script. Predictably, maybe 1, 2, 3 small bumps in interest rate hikes coming in 2022, but with interest rates so low, it'll make a little bit of a difference, certainly in your monthly payment. But beyond that, comment on that, and then what's the rest of 2022, the forecast look like for Green State?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm not going to make any predictions about interest rates, because if I do that part, I wouldn't be working here and stuff. But,
good point.
As far as Green State goes, we're going to keep doing what we do. We take great care of our employees, great care of our members, great care of our communities. And if we keep running efficiently and giving those savings back to our member owners, I think good things will happen.
Regardless of what interest rates do, it still gets back to customer service.
Oh, without a doubt. What I didn't mention that earlier, but we had our highest year ever in terms of service scores as well. And so we feel great about where we're at and great about what the future holds.
It's still a people business, Jeff, even though people haven't been to the bank or the credit union a whole lot because of COVID. Everybody's a little bit tedious, and I understand that. But you bought almost a square block up in Dubuque. You're putting up a great location there, a great facility, I noticed.
Yeah, it's all part of the process of expanding the convenience for all of our member owners and everything. And Dubuque, as you well know, is a fantastic community. So we're excited about the future there.
Green State Credit Union, proud to serve Iowans with competitive pricing on loans, deposits, insurance, and investment products. Green State Credit Union, creating lasting value. Thank you, Green State Credit Union, for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes and, of course, the Iowa Hawkeye Radio Network. Tell your beautiful daughter hi for me, and great to see you, Jeff.
Great to see you as well, buddy.
Take care. Happy New Year.
To you.
This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Multi-platinum Country superstar Sarah Evans is bringing her Copy That tour to the newly remodeled event center at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on May 21st.
And I could not ask for more. You were born to fire. No place that far.
Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
These lakes hold a lot of stories, and all of them get better every time they're told. Because you've got 40-inch gators out there, giant lakers, crappies, sunnies, and walleye. So many walleye. Whatever you're after under the ice, Shields has what you need. Shields in-store and online at shields.com. Get ready. The ice is calling.
At Mid-American Energy, being obsessively, relentlessly at your service means delivering reliable, affordable energy to you. And it also means marking underground utility lines before you break ground to keep you safe. Trimming trees to keep them away from electric lines so power is there when you need it. And it means working safely and quickly to power your home and business, no matter what the weather. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. That's Mid-American Energy.
Hi, Hawk fans. This is Gary Dolphin. I've been telling you about Authentic Brand's superb Hawkeye gear. But did you know Authentic Brand by TCB Companies is an official outfitter of well-known enterprises and organizations, including iHeartRadio Group and Learfield? The style and comfort and great looks of Authentic Brand gear, both sporty and professional, will give your image a boost. Outfit your personal and professional life in Authentic Brand gear.
Hey, it's hard to beat an instant winner, and that's just what InstaPlay gives you. You buy a ticket, and then you can win instantly. But we wanted to make it even better. Right now, all non-winning InstaPlay tickets are eligible to play it again. You can enter for another chance to win big cash prizes from $1,000 to $20,000. Might be hard to beat, but $20,000 would do it for me. Visit IALottery.com for complete details.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
We're at Carver Hawkeye Arena. It's the late game tonight. Wisconsin and Ohio State just concluded up in Madison. We'll give you details on that game and how it played out at the Kohl Center. Here we're going to head to the Indiana locker room. Bobby Hansen played against Mike Woodson in the NBA for a lot of years back in the 80s, and Coach Woodson is ready to go with Bobby. But first, Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff, headed up by Michelle and the ladies behind the counter, they take great care of you and your family. And they'll do that every time you visit Hawkeye Country. Bobby Hansen's with Indiana basketball coach Mike Woodson in his first year, and he's got the Hoosiers playing well.
First, Mike, welcome back to Iowa City, and welcome back to the Big Ten. Welcome back to college basketball. How's it going so far for you?
Everything is going well. It's great to be back. It's been 42 years since I've been here in Iowa. I remember that wonderful day coming back here. That was after I had the back surgery, and it was my first game back here on Valentine's Day. So it's many, many years ago.
Yeah, you have any fond memories of? Did you score 30 points or anything on the Hawkeyes?
No, we won the game. That's all that mattered to me. You know, we were making that run for the Big Ten title that year. It was my senior year, and we were able to come in here and steal one. So it was kind of nice.
Well, Mike, tell us about your team. I know you got an All-American in Trace Jackson-Davis, Race Thompson. We've always liked Rob Finnessy, and a couple of new guys on the team. You guys are off to a good start.
Well, we are off to a great start, and, you know, a lot of it has to do with some of the new guys that we brought in, and The fact that we were able to get an early jump by taking our ball club to the Bahamas to get to the point where they could get to bond with one another, man, that was kind of nice for our ball club. Put us in a different light, actually, before we got really started. And, we're still trying to find ourselves, man, as a ball club. They trying to figure me out as the coach, and I'm still trying to figure these guys out, and they're trying to figure out one another. So it's kind of a work in progress, but it's been good work.
And it's good that, one of your first recruiting prizes was Trace Jackson Davis right there on the team. You convinced him to another year here at Indiana to be your centerpiece.
Well, we couldn't afford to lose him, after I got the job. And the fact that he gave me an opportunity to sit down with him and really convince him to stay, and he decided to stay. And he's been more than I ever thought he would be. He's been very coachable. I've been able to challenge him and push him, and he's responded in a wonderful way. And that's kind of what you want out of your best players. He kind of holds guys accountable around him, so that's nice too, him being the captain. So it's been a nice carryover into our ball games as well.
Coach, on the flip side, what have you seen out of the Hawkeyes when you watch them on tape?
Well coached. Talented group of guys. Keegan being the head of the snake, he's just a beautiful player to watch, man. And that's the reason why the numbers are where they are, because obviously he's put in the time to make that happen. But it's a very well-oiled machine, and we just got to make sure that we own our best game, man. We're going to have to play a solid 40 minutes to come out here with a win.
And, Mike, you put your stamp on this team, and that's defense, kind of going back to the old Indiana days. Your coach, Bobby Knight, and the tough defense. The Hawkeyes are at the top of the Big Ten, one of the top two teams of Big Ten offensive. So what's the game plan, not to divulge anything, but something's got to give tonight? Well, we know we got to slow them down. They have a fast-paced team, and, I've always said, man, when teams are fast-pacing and, they kind of tricking the game up with press and things of that nature, you can't turn it over. You got to get good shots, and you got to rebound the basketball. If you put yourself in that position, you give yourself an opportunity to win. Well, Mike, great to see you. Glad you're back in the Big Ten, and we wish you luck the rest of the way. All right, thank you. Nice seeing you as well.
Mike Woodson, what a great player he was, not only at Indiana, but in the NBA. And, Bobby, you guys clashed often. He was with a number of teams in the NBA. When you were with the Utah Jazz. I loved his comment, 42 years since he's been back to Iowa City. That would have been the old field house.
The old field house, and that was one of the first things he commented on, was how crazy it was at the field house. He had a fond memory, as we talked about, of coming back after back surgery, he mentioned. I forgot that he had that and came back Valentine's Day. But just a gentleman, and even playing against him in the NBA for all those years. He was a tough guard. The guy was a big guard that could shoot, he could score, and get to the free throw line.
As an assistant, he worked for unbelievable head coaches like Chris Ford with the Bucks, George Karl, Larry Brown, won a championship with the Pistons, Larry Brown, Mike D'Antoni, Doc Rivers, and Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, that is a roster of Hall of Famers right there, and Mike has certainly picked up a lot from them, in addition to his coach, Bobby Knight, at Indiana.
That playbook of his has got to be as wide as your car. Thanks to Coach Woodson for visiting with Bob Hansen here on our Hawkeye pregame show, courtesy of EMC Insurance. We're back with more as we count it down to Iowa, Indiana. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one butter. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval and analysis.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny, across from DMAC, is proud to offer dine-in and carry-out. Home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza and Chicago-style deep dish, the Wig has all of your favorites, including thin crust pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches like the Turkey Club and Reuben, soups and salads you'll love, and a full bar. Call to order or just come on in for lunch and dinner. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Champions share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. So find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Burger Shed is a burger lover's dream come true. Our handcrafted burgers are made with a signature blend of certified Angus beef and smoky brisket, served with house-made pickles. But if you're looking for something other than a burger, don't you worry. We've got that too. Check out our wide variety of shed sandwiches, salads, and real ice cream shakes. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena and Mediacom Court. Tonight it's Iowa, Indiana. The I's have it. Well, so do the H's. The Hawks and the Hoosiers will tip it off here shortly. Joe Toussaint, the Hawkeye point guard, ranks 11th in the Big Ten with nearly 4 assists a game. 4th in assist-to-turnover ratio at 2.5 to 1. And that's where he's most improved. His jump shot is upticked as well. And Hawks need a solid floor game out of Joe T tonight. Time to hear now from Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey. He'll come your way courtesy of John Deere, and in particular, Bodensteiner Implement Company, with locations in Waukon, New Hampton, Rowley, and in Olwine. Fran, I don't know if it's an oddity, but an early bye week this past week. You had a couple days off, mandatory days off to heal up the bumps and bruises, a couple hard practices, and now the games are going to come fast and furious. It should be a wild 60 days ahead, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You had a week off and then you play 4 games in 10 days. It doesn't make any sense, but we'll play them when they're scheduled.
Keegan Murray, coach, was picked to the Lute Olson National Player of the Year midseason watch list today. 3rd straight year now that you and the Hawks have had a player on that list. So kudos to the program and kudos to Keegan.
Absolutely, Dolph. So proud of him. You know, he's a guy that he just keeps working and getting better. You know, when you watch him play, he's so, unselfish. You don't really think of him as a guy that's leading the nation in scoring. His productivity and his effectiveness, his shooting percentages are really special. And I think he's being recognized for that, and well, he should be. And to see him on that list, and legitimately, he's got a shot. So, I mean, I'm thrilled for him. And like I said, I mean, he's not satisfied, and I know he's going to keep getting better.
Fran, you put Josh Agundale and Riley Mulvey into the game second half against Wisconsin last week to help shore up the rebounding numbers. Might we see more of them going forward?
Yeah, Dolph, I think, I don't know how much more some games than others, but, this league is got a lot of size, and we're going to need both of those guys. But the thing that was impressive was they were physical defensively, and they ran the floor. They both scored. They both, had nice plays around the rim. So I think they're growing. They're getting confidence, and they're pups, but they're coming. So we're going to need them.
Coach, through this past weekend, competing teams have been called for only 16.5 fouls per game. That's on pace to make this season the most whistle-free in history. What are your concerns? Is the game becoming too physical, therefore?
You know, Dolph, we don't have enough time to discuss that kind of stuff in this interview. You know, I don't know that everybody approaches it the same way. You have some teams that are, you know, phenomenally physical, and you have other teams that, you know, want to push the ball and, you know, are trying not to foul. You know, so I think the disappointing thing is when you have those physical teams that maul you, if the other team's not shooting free throws, that's a problem, and it's a disgrace. You know, you can debate officiating in the country, how it's done. There's not one entity. You know, every official is an independent contractor, and, you know, they are affiliated with multiple leagues. You know, fortunately for us, we have some of the best in college basketball, and some of these guys are working a lot, but they're experienced, they're good, they understand the game, they get it, and most importantly, they know when they show up, okay, who's playing, and how does this team play, how does that team play?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have issues, you know, where the players and coaches, you know, get upset, it's when there's officials that don't understand that. And, you know, fortunately, it doesn't happen a lot in our league. You know, we pay our guys well. We have a veteran group. Last year, we were thrilled. They stayed healthy. You know, we kind of had the same core of guys. So, you know, as far as the trend you're referring to, you know, I don't think it should be a trend. I don't think it should be across the board, because some teams, you know, they're more finesse-oriented, and other teams just maul you. And if they're going to let people get away with that, that's not right.
Agreed, Coach. And that brings us to tonight's game. Iowa's the top offensive team in the Big Ten. Indiana is best defensively, statistically. Where do the Hoosiers excel in your mind on defense?
Well, I think, you know, they put pressure on the ball. They challenge you at the rim. And they rotate personnel, so they have fresh bodies out there to continue to do both of those things. But I think, you know, the way they challenge you at the rim in terms of shot blocking and be able to score at the rim is a game changer, because it's going to be obviously a situation where if you're close to the rim, you're going to have a higher percentage. So they're obviously trying to get the other team to make more jump shots.
Well, they got two good ones, don't they, in Trace Jackson-Davis and Race Thompson?
Yeah, I mean, Trace is, you know, his numbers are through the roof. You know, Race as well, you know, he's really made himself one of the better players in our league. And they're both veteran guys. You know, Race is a senior and Trace is a junior. They've been playing for a long time. So we got our hands full with those two guys.
Coach, good luck tonight. Thanks so much for your time.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
Coach Fran McCaffrey, his pregame visit each game night is brought to you by your John Deere dealers, including Bodensteiner Implement. From turf equipment to agricultural and compact construction equipment, Bodensteiner has solutions for every job. Get a quote online at BODIMP.com. BODIMP.com. Coming up next, Bobby Hansen has the club car wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Energy is a smile lighting up the room. The anticipation of popcorn popping. The thrill you feel when your favorite movie starts playing. Energy is what powers all the little things in life. That's why Alliant Energy provides innovative energy solutions to power the moments that power you. It's what makes powering beyond your expectations so worthwhile. See all the ways we're doing just that at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
The Hawkeyes know a successful team works together to take the shot and score at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Case IH knows a thing or two about teamwork too. From tractors, planters, and combines to hay and forage tools, our equipment helps farmers meet their demands in and out of the field. Check out a winning lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes and ask about 0% financing. Go Hawkeyes!
Even the best point guards need a plan before heading onto the court. What happens when your new game plan involves a new and promising career? IowaWorks.gov is where Iowans can create the playbook for a new future. With more than 80,000 quality job listings and career counseling resources, IowaWorks.gov can educate you about apprenticeships, training programs, and valuable ways to earn while you learn. Our coaches don't have clipboards, but they can get results. Visit IowaWorks.gov today. Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly transformed Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center. Located in the heart of the Iowa River Landing, walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeyes volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency is the new home of Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey this fall. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Built for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't built for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2020 calendar year total sales.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Iowa, Indiana tonight from Carver Hawkeye Arena in Iowa City. The Hawks are 11-4, 1-3 in the conference. Indiana comes in on a hot streak, 12-3 on the season, 3-2 in Big Ten conference play. Bobby Hansen's keys to the game are brought to you by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash, with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club and keep that salt and grime off your vehicle, your treasured car or truck this winter. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Well, Bobby, where do you start with your insight on this battle tonight? Iowa and Indiana, there have been some storied games.
Yeah, that's my exact thoughts, Gary. Just thinking back, driving in here, the history of Iowa, Indiana, the energy that you come into the arena, just thinking about playing the Hoosiers and Isaiah Thomas and Mike Woodson and Ted Kitchell, Randy Whitman, and the Hawkeyes, that you go to battle. Bobby Knight versus Lute Olson, Bobby Knight versus Tom Davis. So a lot of keys to tonight's game. And I think the number one key, though, Gary, for me, is the Hawkeye offense. You have to score versus really tough Indiana defensive pressure, on the ball defensive pressure. Mike has put his stamp on this team, and it starts with the defensive pressure on the ball. So you got to find a way to be aggressive. Don't go backwards. You got to attack the Indiana defense. Jordan Bohannon needs to be a big-time second scoring option. Play like he did toward the end of the game against Wisconsin. First half really didn't get his shot off, but second half he put the ball in his hands, and he was able to make some three-point baskets. So you got to be able to produce some offense against this tough Indiana man-to-man defense. The second key is going to be right there with it. Everybody's thinking right now out loud, rebound. Both offensively and defensively, Indiana will crash their offensive boards with Race Thompson and Trace Jackson Davis. Miller Kopp will get in there. Off the bench, they got a big guy, Michael Durr, a 7-footer, Jordan Geronimo, a 6'7", a similar Keegan Murray. He'll get in there and bang and get offensive rebounds. So you got to keep them off that glass. And those guys, it seem like they're always scrapping, always come up with the loose ball. So you got to get your fair share of those here tonight. Third and final key is going to be limit their All-American, Trace Jackson Davis, one of the best players we have in the Big Ten. He does his damage inside, not really an outside three-point shooter. So everybody's got to pay attention to Trace and not allow him to have one of those career nights, one of those big nights, getting to the free throw line, scoring it easy. You got to make life difficult for Trace Jackson Davis tonight.
The famed candy cane striped warm-ups on the Indiana Hoosiers as they go through their pregame warm-ups here right in front of Bobby and I. The Hawks are at the other end in the traditional home white with the black and gold trim. We'll catch you up on the colors of the game, courtesy of Shields, and more about the uniforms in just a little bit. Those are Bobby Hansen's keys to the game, keys to an Iowa victory over the Indiana Hoosiers here tonight. Brought to you by Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com. Find a location nearest you. We had a call on Anthony checked in on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye hotline a little bit ago, Bobby, and was wondering about, in our memory anyway, what was the most exciting matchup between the Hoosiers when Bob Knight was the head coach and Dr. Tom Davis. Well, to me, that one's easy. You go back to that 1986-87 season when the Hawkeyes were ranked number one during that year with all the familiar names, whether it's BJ to Roy Marble to Ed Horton. Pick one. It was a great Iowa team that could do it all. Shoot, drive the basketball. Ronnie Lester had departed, but BJ took over at the point guard. There were other great players on that team, but Iowa was ranked number one. Indiana was ranked third when the Hoosiers came to Iowa City that year. Iowa defeated Indiana 101-88, back and forth, up and down the floor.
Boy, you think, yeah, I'd love to see a tape of that ball game right there. Number one versus number three, Dr. Tom versus Bobby Knight right here at Carver Hawkeye Arena, January 22nd, 1987.
101-88. So, Anthony, that's would be hard to top our pick for maybe the most memorable game, at least when Dr. Tom was on the bench and Bob Knight, the legendary Hall of Famer, was across the way from Indiana. There have been many great games between these two. We'll get you caught up on the series numbers when we come back, as well as the U.S. Bank scoreboard in just a minute. We're a little bit more than 15 minutes away from tip-off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. More of the EMC pregame show is coming up as our coverage continues. Prior to Iowa, Indiana, they'll tip off shortly after 8 o'clock. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one butter. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval and analysis.
Champions share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. You'll find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny, across from DMAC, is proud to offer dine-in and carry-out. Home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza and Chicago-style deep dish, the Wig has all of your favorites, including thin crust pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches like the Turkey Club and Reuben, soups and salads you'll love, and a full bar. Call to order or just come on in for lunch and dinner. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Time for tonight's starting lineups here on the EMC Insurance Pregame Show. Brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Iowa and Indiana getting ready to do battle. No matter what type or size business you own in your everyday battles, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Let's look at the visiting Hoosiers of former IU Hall of Famer and All-American Mike Woodson in his first year. You know, you get Juwan Howard at Michigan, Mike Woodson now at Indiana. A lot of former great players, Bobby, not only in the conference but around the country, coming back to coach their alma maters. Good for them.
Yeah, absolutely, it is good for them. Good to see them there too, because these are guys that really wanted to come back to college basketball. You kind of look at Juwan Howard and Mike as both NBA guys, but to come back, it's a different game. It's a different regiment. You got to recruit. You got to deal with everything that goes along with being a college basketball coach. And by all accounts, both those gentlemen seem to be loving it.
They're trying to line up the college game more with the NBA. So what better way to at least help the progression than with former NBA players like Mike Woodson coming back to places like Indiana, Juwan Howard at Michigan.
I agree 100%, because every kid out there on the court right now wants to be in the NBA. And, if they can hear it from their coach, like, okay, you're working hard, but you got to work this much harder to get there, because when you get there, you'd be surprised at the talent level and the speed of the game, how it just increases twofold from college.
That's like the NFL or the NHL. Once you get there, it's even more difficult to stay there, because the next wave coming in the following season wants your job. They don't care if they hurt your feelings.
Nope, and that's what you learn early in the professional ranks.
I was looking at today, former NBA players coaching at their alma mater. Mike Woodson, we know about. Juwan Howard, we know about it. Aaron McKee at Temple.
Yeah.
Penny Hardaway at Memphis. Patrick Ewing at Georgetown. By the way, all the best to Patrick. He's on the COVID quarantine list tonight. Hubert Davis, first year at North Carolina, taking over for our buddy Roy Williams. That's 1, 2, 3. That's a pretty good starting five right there.
Yeah, handpicked by Roy Williams was a Hubert Davis, and awesome guy as well.
All right, let's check out the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, because after all, the players win the games. Trace Jackson Davis, the 6'9" sophomore, eligibility-wise, out of Greenwood, Indiana. He'll start at a forward for the Hoosiers. 19.5 points a game, 8.5 rebounds on the season through 15 games for Trace Jackson Davis, who's playing in his 75th career game tonight as a Hoosier. Race Thompson, son of Daryl Thompson, whose mother is from up Mason City way and played volleyball here at Iowa.
I had no idea.
Daryl Thompson, the great player at Minnesota and with the Green Bay Packers, and now does a great job with our buddy Mike Grimm on the Gopher Radio Network, Football Radio Network. Well, Race is a little bigger than Dad, 6'8", 235-pound redshirt junior from Plymouth, Minnesota, and his game has really come on here this season. He's up around 11 points and 8 rebounds a game. Race Thompson, Hawks will have to identify him and keep him off the glass. Xavier Johnson, the transfer from Pitt out of Woodbridge, Virginia, 6'3" guard junior. He's got a couple years of eligibility remaining. He's averaging just under 10 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. Miller Kopp, the transfer from Northwestern, 6'7" junior out of Houston, Texas. I remember he was a 4, close to a 5-star coming out of high school in Houston. Miller's averaging 7 points, 3 rebounds. They don't depend on him as much to score as they did at Northwestern under Chris Collins, but Miller Kopp's a solid player and a junior eligibility-wise. Another transfer starting at a guard forward, Parker Stewart, great shooter, was at East Tennessee before transferring to Pitt, and then, at Tennessee Martin, then went to Pitt, and now has arrived here in his first year at Indiana. Redshirt junior from Union City, Tennessee, averaging 7 points, a couple of assists, and almost 3 rebounds. So he's putting up some good numbers in his first year in Bloomington. Rob Finnessy, who's started off and on over the years, the junior from Lafayette, Indiana, will play a lot, as will Michael Durr, Anthony Leal, a true freshman, one of their heralded recruits, along with Christian Lander out of Evansville. He'll play as well some tonight. Those are the Indiana Hoosiers. For the Hawkeyes, Joe Toussaint starts at the point. Jolton Joe averaging 6 points, 6 rebounds, a couple of assists. 6-foot junior from the Bronx, New York. Jordan Bohannon will be hopefully flinging in threes from all over the floor. Got to get Jordan off and running. 6'1" redshirt senior from Marion Linmar. Averages 11 points, a couple of assists a game. Philip Rabracha, hopefully they can keep Philip out of foul trouble. Bigger lineups have caused him some issues this year. The 6'9", 230-pound senior from the University of North Dakota transferred in for his grad year out of Serbia. 9.5 points a game, nearly 5 rebounds, and a couple of assists. Keegan Murray, of course, the nation's leading scorer, 6'8", 225, the sophomore from Cedar Rapids Prairie, And DME Academy in Florida is averaging 25 points and 8 rebounds, shooting 59% from the field. And Patrick McCaffrey, the 6'9" redshirt sophomore from Iowa City West, averaging 11 points, 4 rebounds, and a couple of assists. Pat McCaffrey completes the Iowa starting lineup. But, of course, the depth is predominant. We'll see Aaron Eulis, Tony Perkins, Peyton Sanford, Chris Murray, of course, Connor McCaffrey. And as you heard Fran say in his pregame comments, he hopes to get Josh Agundale and Riley Mulvey out there for extended minutes tonight, like he did at Wisconsin the other night.
I'm sure they will, Gary. With if they start not getting the rebound, the Hawkeyes can't get the offensive rebound, the defensive boards, then you're going to see the big fellas in there. I like what they bring, and it's going to be in short stints, but I think you got to get them some minutes, get their legs underneath them.
Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Right now, let's give you the colors of the game presented by Shields. The Hawkeyes are wearing their home white with the gold and black trim. Indiana will be in the road red, crimson and cream, and of course trimmed in white. Indiana, their traditional plain Jane uniforms. I love them. Those are the school colors and colors of the uniforms. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Have noticed some very attractive, good-looking Shields gear on some of the Iowa fans tonight. Thank you, Shields, for supporting the Iowa Hawkeyes. It's time to get in the game, Hawk fans, because when your team scores, your town wins. Text IOWA to 97063. Iowa to 97063. Right now, nominate your town to receive proceeds from Wellmark's three-point play program. Money raised from each Hawkeye three-pointer is put towards community health projects like parks, playgrounds, and trails. It's all thanks to your local health insurance provider, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Iowa. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network as we get settled in for Iowa, Indiana Big Ten basketball Thursday night from Iowa City. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Thanks to our 55 stations on the Hawkeye Radio Network, including our flagships, WHO in Des Moines, WMT in Cedar Rapids, WOC in the Quad Cities, in Waterloo and Waverly, it's 99.3 KWAY FM. In Omaha, KQTK AM and FM, 1420 and 94.5 on the FM dial. Up in Northwest Iowa, you can catch the Hawks all season long on Sioux City's a radio station up there, longtime Hawkeye Radio Network affiliate, KSCJ, both AM and FM. Up next, we'll have tonight's opening tip and a U.S. Bank scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful team works together to take the shot and score at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Case IH knows a thing or two about teamwork too. From tractors, planters, and combines to hay and forage tools, our equipment helps farmers meet their demands in and out of the field. Check out a winning lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes and ask about 0% financing. Go Hawkeyes!
Texting while driving is a very dangerous form of distracted driving. Drivers who use handheld devices while driving are 4 times as likely to get into crashes that can injure themselves or others. Drivers of all ages simply don't realize the dangers that are posed when they take their eyes and minds off the road. Everyone needs to do their part. Help save lives. Don't text and drive. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Built for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't built for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2020 calendar year total sales.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Multi-platinum country superstar Sarah Evans is bringing her Copy That tour to the newly remodeled event center at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on May 21st.
And I could not ask for more. You were born to fly. No place that far.
Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Bud Light, it's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shelter Insurance for your home and life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield, we're your shelter. Iowa Lottery, win a warehouse dash or up to $100,000 in cash with the Iowa Lottery. And by Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. It's game time.
With a reverse dribble, step back three, good. And the Hawkeyes have 3 long-range jump shots.
Hawkeye basketball is on the air. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Tonight's game sponsor, Iowa, Indiana, is Green State Credit Union. Green State Credit Union, proud to serve Iowans with competitive pricing on loans, deposits, insurance, and investment products. Great to see Jeff Distrohoff here tonight, the CEO of Green State Credit Union, creating lasting value. Thank you, Green State Credit Union, for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. The officials for tonight's game, all veteran, grizzled Big Ten referees. Bill Eck is the umpire. Iowa-born DJ Karstensen is the referee. And Edwin Young is an umpire. There you have it. Now we'll enjoy our national anthem as the Big Ten heats up tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, for too long, systemic inequality has created segregation and widespread inequity. The Iowa basketball program unites in solidarity with those fighting for a more just society. We must challenge ourselves to recognize, understand, and correct any inequities we discover so we can create lasting change. Thank you. At this time, we ask that you please direct your attention to the flag as we honor America. Performing our national anthem this evening is Bridget Owen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the
Great job on the national anthem. The Hawkeyes settle in to take on the Indiana Hoosiers. Keegan Murray versus Trace Jackson Davis. Philip Rebracha going nose to nose with Race Thompson. Bobby, whoever Philip is guarding tonight, he'll be guarding a number of Hoosiers. It's important that he stay out of foul trouble. That's easier said than done in this league, but the Hawks have really struggled on the backboards at both ends when he's not out there.
Yeah, everybody, all 5 guys, whoever's on the floor that Fran puts out there tonight needs to concentrate on putting a body on somebody, go tag somebody, Gary, and then go retrieve the basketball. I mean, yeah, they're going to take some funny bounces when you shoot 3-pointers, but you can't be leaking out early. Well, Hawks want to run, yes, but you can't run without the basketball.
Let's take a peek at the U.S. Bank scoreboard before we dive into this basketball game. First off, at U.S. Bank, we know when you invest in a community, the community invests in you. We are committed to providing high-quality, innovative products and services that meet the needs and demands of our customers. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wisconsin has won again. The 13th ranked Badgers handled the 16th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes at the Kohl Center, 78-68. That's the final. The Hawkeye women went on the road, got a big victory tonight over Purdue in West Lafayette, 79-66. Lisa's Hawks appear to be hitting stride after losing their opener in conference play. They've now won back-to-back games. Monica Sonano had 27 points, 8 rebounds, and an assist. Wait a minute, Caitlin Clark was not the leading scorer tonight? Call the authorities. There's got to be an investigation.
I bet she had over 20.
You got that right. 24 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists. A near triple-double for Clark. Monica Sonano, good to see her back scoring a bunch of points. I tell you, her and Caitlin and Warnock, that's quite a 3-headed monster in terms of offense.
Yeah, they certainly got it going, and love the way they play and love watching the women play. And congratulations on that big victory on the road, I believe.
It was at Mackey, yeah. Around the country, DePaul upset number 20 Seton Hall 96-92. 19th ranked Texas Tech has just defeated Oklahoma State in Big 12 basketball 78-57. Later, it's Oregon at number 3, UCLA. That'll be a knockdown drag-out. Brigham Young at number 2, Gonzaga. Oregon State plays 5th-ranked Southern Cal, and 6th-ranked Arizona will host Colorado in a full night of basketball in the Pac-12. Mediacom is excited to sponsor all honorary Hawkeye ball kids this season. You'd like to sign up your son or daughter to be an honorary Hawkeye ball kid? Go to HawkeyeSports.com/sponsor-contests. Tonight's Mediacom honorary Hawkeye ball kid is Boston Fresh Hour from Marion. Boston Fresh Hour, Marion native, and welcome Boston and all your fellow Hawkeye ball kids. Thanks to EMC Insurance for bringing you tonight's pregame coverage, as EMC always does. You don't need one insurance company. You don't need multiple insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. Hawks are being introduced. And we don't see any changes with what we gave you earlier. Joe Toussaint, Jordan Bohannon, Keegan Murray, Philip Rebracha, Patrick McCaffrey. For Indiana, Trace Jackson Davis, Race Thompson, Xavier Johnson, Xavier Johnson, Miller Kopp, and Parker Stewart. Hawks off for 7 days, now play 3 games in 6 days.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That week off is a long time between games here.
It was, and you know, it came so early in the schedule. Not that I didn't enjoy the time off, but by yesterday afternoon I was
ready to go, aren't you?
I was gnawing on the knuckles. Hey, are we ever going to play basketball again? Well, here we are, and we're delighted you could join us on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Here comes Jordan with the sawdust. Make sure you get those hands dry, son, and throw in the 3-point goal. Gordy and Jason and Zach and Matt sitting across the way. Gordy takes a big swig of that bottle of water. Sends a nod over our way to his former roommate.
No. We wouldn't admit to that. Go on, mate. Go on. We're all at Hillcrest together.
Yeah, sorry I brought it up. Hawks are ranked 27th in the NCAA NET. Indiana is ranked 33rd. They're two pretty even teams for different reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a good Big Ten basketball game here, and it's going to come down to, as I mentioned, can the Hawkeyes score against this Indiana defense and keep them off the boards, Gary?
DJ Karstensen tosses the ball up, and Trace Jackson Davis out-jumps Keegan Murray. He's bigger. And Indiana has the first look in the offensive end. Here's Parker Stewart. Lobs it right of the lane. They whip it around to the corner, and Miller Kopp, and his three is good. Outstanding ball movement. And look out when Kopp hits his first shot.
Yeah, the Hawks come off. Patrick McCaffrey comes off of Miller Kopp. As soon as the ball goes down low to Trace Jackson Davis, the immediate double team, they whip the ball around Miller Kopp, open left corner.
Toussaint pushing the basketball into the front court is tripped by Xavier Johnson. Fouled on him, his first. 3-0 Indiana. Out of the gate, the Hoosiers pop in a three from the near corner right in front of the Iowa bench, courtesy of Miller Kopp, the former Northwestern Wildcat. So the Hawks have the ball.
Yeah, you see the matchup. Race Thompson will be guarding Keegan Murray.
Here's Bohannon left wing from Patrick McCaffrey. Holds up high post left. Now drives a pass to Patrick right wing. He jump stops right of the lane. Looking for Rebraca inside. Here's Bohannon instead. Double move by Jordan, gets a screen from Rebraca. Now 7 to shoot to Keegan Murray. Keegan, a step back three on the way. Good. Ties the game. Tough shot with Miller Kopp right in his kisser, and he knocks it down.
Yeah, realized shot clock winding down. Keegan got a good look at it straight on. Kopp was right there, but Keegan a step away three.
3-3, 1 minute gone opening half. Iowa and Indiana from Carver. Here's a lob left of the lane to Race Thompson. He's banging bodies with Keegan Murray. Spins to the baseline and knocks it in off the glass. Murray running to the other end. Nice catch. He's fouled in transition, and Keegan will get 2 free throws. After an Indiana-made basket, Keegan turned and raced to the other end of the floor, and a nice half-court dish. I believe it was Toussaint got him the ball. Keegan's fouled hard. 2 quick fouls on Indiana here, Bobby.
Yeah, that one on Race Thompson. That's a good one right there. The first one was on Xavier Johnson. This one on Race Thompson. But love how the Hawkeyes push the ball to court and force Indiana to get back. Keegan Murray out ahead of everybody.
You know, credit Race Thompson. After he made the basket, he turned and tried to sprint down the floor because he knew Keegan would be doing likewise. Murray's just faster.
Now he just got longer strides and got way ahead of him, and all he could do was foul.
Now he misses the first free throw. It's 5-3 Indiana. Second one by Keegan is good. He has all 4 Iowa points. 5-4 Hoosiers, 18:40 to play first half. 1-2-2 press. Slapped down by the Hawks, and dribbling through it to the near sideline is Xavier Johnson. Dangerous pass across the court to Parker Stewart. Now to Trace Jackson. Here's Stewart for 3. Rims and off. No good. Off the left side of the iron. Rebounded by Rebraca. Hawks running. Bohannon shooting in transition. Misses a 3 from deep out on the right side. Rebraca battling for the rebound. And Trace Jackson Davis a little taller. The long arms gets it first. Here's a drive and a missed layup. Put back is good by Race Thompson.
That's what he does, Gary.
He's always around the rim.
Hangs around the rim and just gets those loose ones that fall into his hands.
A wild drive and a shot by Johnson. Had no chance to go in, but Thompson's right there for the garbage pickup, and the Hoosiers lead at 7-4. Bohannon turns the corner, holds up right of the lane. Turns and 2 arms a pass to Keegan Murray. To Toussaint on the weak side. Joe throws the ball away. Tried to bounce it to Philip Rebraca. Here comes Indiana. Pushing tempo as well. A bounce inside to Trace Jackson Davis. Reverse layup good. He took Rebraca to the cleaners there. Nice pass by Miller Kopp. And Indiana has scored back-to-back baskets to go up 5, 9-4. Bohannon takes the dribble right baseline. He's grabbed onto by Parker Stewart. Nice crossover dribble by Jordan Bohannon. Got Stewart off balance.
Yeah, what you're seeing early to try to get Jordan involved is give him the basketball. Let him make some moves off the dribble. That time picks up the first foul, Parker Stewart.
Toussaint to inbounds. Underneath out of bounds. Toussaint, right side, right wing pass for Keegan Murray. Fran screaming to get his hands off Murray. Jump shot right off the right of the iron. No good. He was bodied up on by by Race Thompson. Trace Jackson Davis into the front court for Indiana. 17:05 to play first half. Here's a double team on Jackson Davis. Good job, Joe Toussaint punches the ball away. The Hoosiers will bring it in right at their own goal. 9-4. Indiana by 5 as we're just warming up here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Kopp to trigger it in. Looking, still looking. Now finds Trace Jackson Davis just barely before the 5-second call. Here's Kopp. Jump shot up, no good. Strong. Rebounded by Keegan Murray. Took a heck of a shove in the back by Race Thompson. We play on. Toussaint back for the Hawkeyes. Skip pass left of the lane for Rebraca. Cross court feed back to Toussaint. His lob three is good. Nice find by Rebraca.
Yeah, good setup there by Joe Toussaint as well. Once he delivered the ball inside, he went across the court and opened up the three.
9-7 Iowa trails Indiana by 2, and Rebraca gets called for a shove in the back. His first personal on Trace Jackson. Boy, for what they've been leaving go, that was pretty weak there.
Got to be really frustrating as a coach when you're seeing your guys getting manhandled, getting mauled, and then just a simple little post up there. Philip Rebraca picks up his first.
Miller Kopp inbounds to Xavier Johnson. Right side Kopp, right of the lane Thompson. Thompson muscles in on Rebraca, and let's see, we got another foul on Phillips, so he's got back-to-back. So he'll have to come out in favor of Chris Murray, and we just talked about that before we started the game. So here we are, not quite 4 minutes in, and Phillips going to have to sit the rest of the half.
Yeah, just playing really physical and calling for the hook and hold by Race Thompson.
Here's a Thompson shot blocked away from behind on the inbounds by Keegan Murray. The long arms of Keegan Murray, and he knocks it away from behind. Thompson was trying to go up for a dunk, thought he'd just set it in, and see you later. Rejection. Pass out top of the circle for Parker Stewart. Right wing and Johnson, the transfer from Pitt. Here's a deep three, no good, off the right of the iron, offered up by Parker Stewart. Hawks come away with a rebound. Toussaint, stop and go move all the way to the basket, drops it off inside Chris Murray. Layup good. Joe Toussaint with a beautiful drive and a dish.
Yeah, Chris Murray right there calling for the basketball. He just followed Joe Toussaint right to the rim, and Chris picks up his first.
That ties the game at 9. The Hawks respond with 5 in a row. Backdoor lob for Trace Jackson Davis, and he's fouled by Keegan Murray, and that'll bring us to our first officials timeout of the night as Fran McCaffrey's telling Keegan, you know what, let him go.
Yeah, when you get that deep down in there.
Just let him score because we can't have you in foul trouble too. Timeout on the floor with the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers tied at 9 after 4 minutes and change. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Don't let life get in the way of what's most important. Visit shelterinsurance.com to learn more. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hawkeye basketball brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Tied at 9, Iowa, Indiana. 15:56 to play in the first half. Welcome back to Carver. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators or deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. And not all internet is created equal. If you want unbeatable reliability, extreme speeds, and awesome whole home Wi-Fi, then demand Extreme, powered by MediaCom. What do you like so far, Bobby?
Yeah, I love the Hawks' intensity, the way they've started the game with the energy, Gary. And the Hawks shooting 60%, 3 out of 5, 2 of 3 from three-point land, 67%. Indiana, just 4 of 9, 44%, and just 1 of 4 from the free throw line. Rebounds are about even. Indiana 4. Iowa has 3 of them. So good start sitting here at tie score at 9-9. I don't like the 2 fouls on Philip Rebraca, though. Those came too early.
I feel bad for the young man. He's playing out of position against these bigger lineups inside in the Big Ten, and it's a way of life. They're going to go at him. They're going to try and get him in foul trouble, and they have. And now Keegan Murray has picked up his first, as Trace Jackson Davis will get 2 free throws. Here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn is a multi-purpose crop which benefits the entire state, feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides clean burning fuel for our planet. Thank you, Iowa's corn farmers. Hawks send out both Murrays, Bohannon and Patrick McCaffrey. Joe Toussaint will stay in at the point guard. He's had 2 beautiful assists to start the game and a 3-point goal. And Trace Jackson hits the first. 1 more coming for Davis. Their leading scorer at just a shade under 20 points a game, and he curls the second one, and Indiana regains the lead at 11-9. J-Bo across the timeline leaves it for Toussaint. Indiana man-to-man. Now left side, Chris Murray. His telegraph pass is deflected away and stolen away by Trace Jackson Davis. Iowa's second turnover. Now the Hawks need to prevent further damage and deny a score here. 11-9. Trace Jackson Davis, right wing, works the dribble in on Chris Murray. Hands off to a teammate, right back to Jackson Davis, and he fires it home on a dunk on the give and go. High post and roll. Nice pass, Parker Stewart. Indiana with back-to-back baskets, lead it 13-9 over the Hawkeyes.
Points off turnovers there. Just a careless turnover by the Hawkeyes leads to that easy dunk by Davis.
There's Chris Murray, hops into the lane, a nice crossover dribble, gets it to Brother, and Keegan sets it up and in. Cutting from the weak side into the lane. Nice find by Chris Murray that time.
They just have a sense about them. They know where each other's at all the time, and Keegan just followed him. He knew Chris was heading into some trouble there and bailed him out.
13-11 Indiana, 14:45 to play first half. Here's another pick and roll. Race Thompson drives in and scores off the glass. Once again, Parker Stewart with the assist. They're just isoing on that wing, Bobby.
Just 2-man game on the far side. The Hawks trying to come with a double team, but just a power move that time by Race Thompson to finish.
15-11 Indiana. Here's Patrick McCaffrey on a crossover dribble from the top of the circle. Loses Miller Kopp, and he rolls to the basket and lays it up and in. It's layup practice for both teams right now. 15-13. Indiana's lead is 2, and here's a traveling call on Race Thompson caused by Joe Toussaint.
Yeah, nobody came back to help out the man inbounding the basketball. They all ran down the court, and Xavier Johnson there was left holding the bag, if you will. And good job defensively by the Hawkeyes to force that turnover.
First one on Indiana. Now the Hawks try and turn that one into points and get it tied. 14-14 to play. First half. Indiana by 2. Bohannon stepped back 3. Down through. Not only did they tie it, the Hawkeyes get the lead on a 27-foot 3 by Bohannon. Number 400, Bobby.
Number 400 right there. Amazing. And shot that one with confidence. Need about 5 more of those.
That hopefully lights up the lamp for Jordan. Here's a standstill 3. No good. Cleared by Keegan Murray. Ball just a little short. Keegan will bring it down the floor himself. Hawks up 16-15. 13:45 to play in the opening half. McCaffrey hands off to Chris Murray. Lefty dribbles past lefty. Trace Jackson Davis reverses into the lane, now to the corner, and Toussaint. Toussaint a screen from Chris Murray. Gets to the basket. Throws to the corner. Patrick McCaffrey's open for 3. Missed it. Rebounded Chris Murray. Murray right back up. No, he throws to his brother on the wing. Now to Bohannon. Bohannon step back 3 on the way. No good off the right of the iron. Cleared by Indiana.
Had a good look.
He sure did. Here comes Xavier Johnson into the front court. Now to Trace Jackson Davis. To Kopp. He's open in the corner. Hits another 3. You can't leave that guy open. He's hit his first 2 looks from deep in the corner, missed a short jumper, and Indiana's back in front 18-16.
That's what he does. He just spots up in that left corner, hiding out, and knocks down his second.
Bohannon from Toussaint. Hawks down 2, 12:50 to play, and now a delayed whistle inside, a foul called on Iowa. They're going to get Joe Toussaint for throwing a shoulder into Xavier Johnson. Aaron Eulis will come in for the Hawkeyes, as well as Connor McCaffrey. Joe Toussaint will check out with his first personal foul. That's 4 team fouls on the Hawkeyes. Indiana has 3. For the Hoosiers, into the game is Trey Galloway. Now, he's been injured. Flashy redshirt freshman from Culver, Indiana. 6'5", 200-pounder. He's averaging 5 points. But he's starting to round into mid-season form, and that gives Indiana even more depth. Also into the game, Rob Finnessy, who started a bunch of games over his career. He drives around 2 Hawkeyes, throws a pass to the corner. A lob 3 is good. Another 3, back-to-back 3s. That's by Trey Galloway. No, check that. Jordan Geronimo. He hurt the Hawkeyes last year in Bloomington. 21-16. Iowa had a 16-15 lead, but back-to-back 3s by Kopp and Geronimo have pushed Indiana in front by 5. And now a jump shot from the left side, no good by Chris Murray. Here come the Hoosiers running. Standstill 3 by Kopp, in transition is no good. Putback is good by Trace Jackson Davis. Up over the top of Chris Murray, and a timeout asked for by Fran McCaffrey, as Indiana's rolled in 8 straight points to go up 7, 23-16. Timeout on the floor. We're back to Carver. The Hawkeyes are looking for some answers in just a minute. 12:07 to play in the first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You build a network locally engineered for the home team. You know how important a strong connection is on game day, so you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Hawkeye basketball, brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield with Bobby Hansen, Gary Dauphin here, and our engineer-producer Corey Sheets. Indiana didn't take them long to wipe out a 1-point deficit. They've run in 8 straight points, lead Iowa 23-16, not quite midway through the first half. And Bobby, back-to-back 3s. It's been 3-point shooting for the Hoosiers that's hurt the Hawks.
Miller Kopp's got a couple of them. The kid Geronimo has got 1. Jordan Geronimo right there. Anytime the Hawks go to double Trace Jackson Davis, he's just turning, facing, and finding the open guys. And they're spreading the 3-point line out really, really good. And the Hawkeyes are scrambling, trying to get there, just getting there too late. 8-0 run by Indiana for this 7-point lead.
They've thrown up 8 threes. Thankfully, they've only hit 3. But back-to-back here in this stretch, one by Kopp and one by Geronimo, who just hopped off the bench, and the Hawkeyes had to call a timeout. So hopefully get things straightened out and make a run of their own. And right now it's 8-0 Indiana. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Wimmers, bringing you the best tasting hot dogs made with premium quality lean meats and all natural seasonings. A Midwest favorite since 1934 and the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa sends out Bohannon, who a moment ago hit his 400th career three-point goal. He's now one of just 20 players in the history of NCAA basketball that's scored 400 threes, and only the 5th player from a Power 5 conference.
And the number 1 in the Big Ten.
Number 1 for a long time in the Big Ten.
And the only.
Iowa basketball, Ulis now running the point. It's Ulis and Bohannon, Connor McCaffrey, and the Murray twins. Chris Murray, shot fake, drives in high post right, holds up, leans in now with a scoop off the glass, and good. Beautiful double move there by Chris Murray as he went around Michael Durr, who's in for Indiana, and that ends the 8-0 run. Hawks back to within 5.
4 points for Chris Murray off the bench, and that time I think they got confused. They thought they were guarding Keegan. They were guarding the lefty, and he got an easy one.
Here's a block shot by Chris Murray out of bounds to Indiana as an out of control Trace. No, that's not Trace Jackson Davis. That is Geronimo, the 6'6" freshman from Newark, New Jersey. Lobbed a shot up there that was rejected by Chris Murray. Now a pass inbounds, knocked away by Connor McCaffrey, stolen away by Tony Perkins. Here's Keegan Murray, a 3-on-2 Iowa break, and Keegan lost it out of bounds. Not quite sure what to do with it, and getting in his way down there was Tamar Bates, another freshman from Kansas City. He just got in Keegan's way, and Keegan lost the basketball.
Yeah, good play by Connor, though, to knock that thing loose. The Hawkeye defense is intense to start this game.
Connor knocked away the inbounds pass to Trey Galloway, and the Hawks came away with a steal. Here's Galloway, and a crossover dribble, drives baseline right and stepped on the baseline. So Trey Galloway, redshirt freshman, has been injured, trying to find his way. He steps on the baseline, a little bit out of control, but good defense by Iowa too.
Yeah, forced him down to the baseline, did Connor, once again, kind of giving him that outside look, and didn't want to take it. He passed it up and tried to drive baseline, stepped out of bounds.
3 turnovers on Indiana. 11 minutes to play first half. Iowa down 5 with the basketball. Chris Murray jump hooks in the lane, tucks it down through, up over the top of the muscular Michael Durr. He's 7 feet 250, a junior from Atlanta, transferred in from South Florida a year ago. And here are the Hoosiers back now. Their lead cut to 3 at 23-20. Left of the lane, and a steal by Iowa. Tony Perkins comes away with a theft on Indiana. Connor McCaffrey for 3, and a tie from the right wing. Connor McCaffrey, not known for that, but we'll take it.
Absolutely, squared that one up wide open. Had to shoot that one, and Tony Perkins got the assist on that. 8-0 run by the Hawks. Get back in it.
That all goes back to the turnover by Geronimo. Here's a standstill 3, no good. Thank you very much. Tamar Bates let fly from out of his range, and all of a sudden the Hawks on a 7-0 run can get the lead. Chris Murray hits a 3 in transition. Very Keegan Murray-like, and Indiana has to get a timeout.
Chris Murray, 9 points off the bench. This kid's showing he belongs.
Fran McCaffrey lit him up in the huddle on that last Iowa timeout. And man, have the Hawks responded. Better defense leading to great offense.
Rebound, the basketball, defense, and then Chris Murray has come alive with 3 baskets here since that timeout.
Hawkeyes on a 10-0 run in a minute 45.
Beautiful. That's the Hawkeye basketball we love.
Indeed, and Mike Woodson says, I've seen enough of my freshmen, and he'll probably go back to the bench and bring in Jackson Davis and Thompson, Xavier Johnson, and others. We'll see. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by our friends at Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue is caring, blue is convenient, and now blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans, offering all-in-one Medicare coverage, our extensive network, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Yeah, when you look at the stats here now, the Hawkeyes shoot 67% from the floor, Gary. 10 of 15 from long range, from three-point distance. They're 5 of 8, 63%. In the rebound numbers now about even, 8-6 in favor of the Hoosiers, but that certainly was a good timeout by Fran McCaffrey, and whatever he said worked because the Hawks came out on fire. Thank you, Chris Murray.
Points off turnovers in favor of Iowa now 8-7. The Hoosiers had that stat when they put 8 straight points on the board. Hawks have rallied back with a 10-0 run, and it ain't done yet. Here comes the 1-2-2 press as Chris Murray has the hot hand. He's got 9 points to lead Iowa. Brother Keegan has 6. And we play on. And it comes courtesy of Geronimo. Jordan. And a traveling call against the press called on Rob Finnessy. And he's the veteran out there, the junior from Lafayette, Indiana.
1-2-2, three-quarter court pressure gives them a little bit of trouble there. Rob Finnessy said he stepped through, but he dragged that pivot foot. Hawkeye defense causes another turnover.
He tried to split a double team and picked up the pivot foot. Here's Ulis for Iowa. Hawks can build the lead. It's 26-23 Iowa right now. 9:50 to play in the first half. Ulis, a crossover dribble, gets a high screen from Chris Murray, drives to the basket, through the lane, shovel pass back to Chris Murray, layup good. Everybody was focused on the dribbling wizardry of Aaron Ulis, and they forgot about Chris Murray.
With the clock winding down again, Chris Murray, smart basketball play, just followed the dribbler, and he was wide open at the rim.
Foul on Iowa, and it's going to be on Keegan Murray as he fronted Trace Jackson Davis and then got caught grabbing onto Jackson Davis as he broke to the basket. His second foul, and now Keegan must come out of the game. Back in for Indiana is Race Thompson, so he joins Trace Jackson Davis on the floor. The Hawkeyes have come from 7 down to go up 5, a 12-0 run for the Hawks. Here's a jump pass left of the lane to Thompson from Trey Galloway. Right back to Galloway. He lobs it up high off the glass and down through.
Lucky shot.
Yeah, he just got rid of the basketball. It almost went over the square, over the backboard. So that ends the 12-0 Iowa run. Here's a reach-in foul on Indiana now, or a blocking foul. Either way, they're going to get Tamar Bates, the freshman from Kansas City, IMG Academy. That's 14 fouls on the Hoosiers. The Hawks have been whistled 5 times. 28-25 Hawkeyes. 9:14 to play first half. Tony Perkins. Chris Murray comes and sets a screen. Perkins gives him the ball now. Chris stumbles, high post left. Hands off to Ulis. Stop and go move. And a wild pass whizzes by Chris Murray and out of bounds. To Indiana. 9 minutes to play in the half as Aaron Ulis. That was a hard pass to handle, even if Chris Murray would have got his hands on it.
Yeah, he would have caught it. He was surrounded underneath the basket with 3 Indiana defenders.
The Hawks try to get a stop here. Finnessy throws it left of the circle for Race Thompson. Back to Finnessy. Chased by Tony Perkins. Right side Galloway. Standstill 3 is good. Oh, points off turnovers. Good ball movement by Indiana. We're tied at 28. 8:38 to play first half. Here's Perkins splitting a double team, and then he lost the dribble out of bounds. Josh Agundale into the game to put some bulk inside to match up with Trace Jackson Davis, and Perkins drove around Josh and then just fumbled the ball right out of bounds. That's 3 consecutive turnovers on the Hawkeyes, and they've got 6 for the game. Finnessy with it. Right wing jumper on the way, no good, and a tip back dunk is good by Race Thompson. He had a free lane coming from the weak side. Indiana is back in front, 30-28. Back and forth we go.
Back and forth we go, and nobody put a body on Race Thompson. He got on the runway and he took off.
4 ties, 4 lead changes. Another near steal by Galloway. Hawks get it back, and Perkins is fouled driving to the basket. That'll be 5 team fouls on Indiana with 8:01 to go in the first half. Hawks will inbound right at the goal, out of bounds underneath. Agundale is in for Keegan Murray. Aaron Ulis will try and find an open teammate. He does so on Chris Murray. Long left-handed jump shot from deep in the right wing. Left wing is no good, and Indiana clears into the front court. Race Thompson with it. Now to Galloway. Guarded by Connor McCaffrey. Hit a big 3 a moment ago. 7:45 to play in the first half. Now Tamar Bates, who's playing extended minutes here, this freshman. High post right to Trace Jackson Davis. He's going to take on Josh Agundale, and that's a lot of body. Runs into Agundale, throws it to the left side, wide open as Galloway for a 3, missed it. Good defense by the Hawkeyes.
Josh put his body on Trace, made him give it up.
Ball skimmed to the corner. Tony Perkins grabbed it, brings it into the front court. Here's Connor. McCaffrey gives it to Ulis. 15 to shoot. We hadn't had to worry about the shot clock at all to this point. 7:11 to play for the first half. Here's a throwaway by Perkins and a run out and a dunk by the freshman Tamar Bates.
Unforced turnover
pass.
Right there.
Yeah, lazy pass by Perkins from the wing.
Trying to do too much or not paying attention right here against his home state.
32-28. Iowa's deficit is 4. Here's Perkins back. Little jumper. Baseline good. That helps. That puts some salve on the wound. 32-30. Perkins has had some trouble hanging onto the basketball. Here's Indiana right back putting pressure on. Jackson Davis, double team, gets it to Galloway, drives inside. Pass the shot attempt may be partially blocked by Perkins. Hawks are running back the other way. Ulis, a stop and go move, gets in deep, throws up a wild shot, no good. Putback is good by Chris Murray. Johnny on the spot. Hawks get the putback and a tie game at 32.
13 now for Chris Murray to lead the Hawkeyes. And again, he is always in the right position, always around the basketball.
This is going to come down to the bench. Who's got more depth and who's the better conditioned basketball team? Right now it's Iowa. Here's a double team. Connor McCaffrey nearly with a steal on Trace Jackson Davis. Indiana keeps it. Finney drives inside, scores off the glass, and a foul called. Rob Finney blocked by Connor McCaffrey as the Hoosiers spread the floor. Finney took matters into his own hands and gives Indiana the lead back.
Get the hard drive to the basket. Really not a whole lot Agundale could do there. Tried to get his body in the way, called for the foul.
So it's Agundale and not Connor. All right. They give it to Josh Agundale, the big freshman, playing hard. Hawks are within 2, but trail Indiana 34-32. 6 minutes to go first half from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Built for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't built for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2020 calendar year total sales.
Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield and by Anheuser-Busch Bud Light. Tonight's game is sponsored by Bud Light, who proudly welcomes fans back to Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans. Now, if you missed it today, Charlie Jones announced he's coming back next year to the Hawkeye football team. Big Ten's best punt returner. Ran a kickoff back 100 yards for a touchdown this year. And he'd be one of Iowa's primary receivers next season. Charlie, welcome back. Dane Belton announced earlier this week he'd be headed to the NFL, and good for Dane. Riley Moss is coming back, the All-American corners. So the Hawkeye football team getting better by the day, and we await Tyler Linderbaum's announcement, hopefully coming in the near future. This has been a football game at times, Bobby. Bodies banging into each other, causing turnovers. Indiana leads Iowa for the moment 34-32.
Yeah, very physical basketball game. 7 turnovers by the Hawkeyes. They're only averaging 8 or 9 a game. A couple of them by Joe Toussaint, a couple of by Tony Perkins. But you know what? I give these kids credit. They're out there battling. I mean, they got down. Now they rattle off a run of their own, and just going to be that way all the way to the end. But you got to stick with the game plan. You got to stay solid. You got to rebound the basketball every opportunity and cut the turnovers down.
Well, the Hawks are one of the best in the country at not turning the ball over. 8.5 a game. They've got 7 to this point in the first half. Still 6 minutes to go. And of course, when they turn them into points, that's what really cuts. Indiana has 14 points off 7 Iowa turnovers. Now the Hawkeyes have 10 points off 5 Indiana miscues. And for the moment, Rob Finney shoots the and one. Made a driving layup, the foul on Agundale. He stays in the game. Josh's first free throw is no good short. Good block out by Agundale on Race Thompson. And Chris Murray grabs the basketball. Keegan Murray on the bench with 2 fouls. Rabracha with 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes. And the Hawks have hung tough, trailing 34-32. Perkins Crossover dribble to Chris Murray. His standstill three is no good. It sticks between the glass and the iron. That's an automatic jump ball. The Hawkeyes will hang on to it for the moment.
Yeah, he had the open look, but you might want to. He had a lot of time on the shot clock. Just reverse that basketball. You get that shot again on the other side. But luckily, the Hawkeyes have the arrow in their favor. 20 seconds on the shot clock.
Hopefully that bodes well. Chris has got 13 points to lead the Hawkeye scorers. Here's Ulis. The Hawks run the wheel. Chris Murray gathers the inbounds in the far corner. Brings it back out top to Perkins. Perkins been running the point for a while. Here's Chris Murray. Drives baseline left. Throws into the corner to Connor McCaffrey, opposite side of the lane. 7 to shoot. Inside to Agundale. He had it ripped away by Jackson. Now throws up a shot. No good. Rebounded by Trace Jackson Davis. Josh knew the shot clock was running away on him and just flipped it up there with no contact to the iron. 34-32 Indiana with a good stop. And back for the Hoosiers, Xavier Johnson. Xavier Johnson, the transfer from Pitt. And he is flashy. Left-handed dribble around a double team and a foul on Josh Agundale, and that is Iowa's 7th team foul. So Indiana will shoot free throws for the remaining 5:05 of the half as the Hawks get Jordan Bohannon and Patrick McCaffrey back in the game. And Riley Mulvey, the freshman from Albany, New York, will come in along with Peyton Sanford, the freshman from Hawkeyes. So Fran goes deeper into his bench. And the Hawkeyes throw a lot of youth out there. Chris Murray, a sophomore. Patrick McCaffrey, a sophomore. The elder statesman is Jordan Bohannon. 1-1 here for Xavier Johnson, who shoots 69% from the free throw line. Up and good. Indiana 35, Iowa 32. Only game of the regular season between these two here in Iowa City. Hoosiers won both meetings last year. Second free throw is good. And Indiana stretches the lead back to 4, 36-32. Bohannon quickly into the front court across the midcourt stripe. Now backs the dribble out, gets a screen from Chris Murray.
Jordan is your point guard right now.
Chased by Xavier Johnson. Here's Murray. Far corner, drives inside. Tried to spin back to the basket. Race Thompson shuts him down. Here's Bohannon. Now to McCaffrey. Patrick spins to the right baseline. Stop and go move. Now jump shoots up and no good. Rebounded by Indiana. Hawk fans thought there should have been a traveling call. Here's a dunk at the other end by Race Thompson as Indiana gives Iowa a taste of its own medicine with a fast break run out after the rebound. And a nice rebound at that by Tamar Bates. Or not Tamar Bates, excuse me. Grabbed by Parker Stewart. Hawks are down 6. And here's a foul called on Riley Mulvey.
Oh, that bad call.
Boy, he looked like he was standing still for 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know about that unless he threw a hip check into him. But Fran McCaffrey begs to differ. Now the Hoosiers up 6 with the basketball. 4:11 to play in the first half. And now a technical foul on Fran McCaffrey. And you could see that coming, really.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to get his money's worth, too, here. And Miller Kopp at the free throw line. He's going to take a practice, I guess. Not happy. Riley came up to set the screen. I looked at the replay, and he was standing there, Gary. And the dribbler may have to wait just to count longer, avoid that call, but I don't know. Refereeing is not my specialty.
Two-shot bench technical. Miller Kopp makes both free throws. Indiana's lead is now 8, 40-32.
And Miller Kopp with 8 in the first half.
Had 5 ties, 4 lead changes. Really a hotly contested game. And now Indiana gets the ball. Largest lead. This is the largest lead by the Hoosiers. Here's a lob inside to Trace Jackson Davis. He goes up for a shot, fouled from behind. And they're either going to get Patrick McCaffrey or Riley Mulvey. And Fran's doing a dance again in front of the bench.
Mulvey, his second.
So Riley Mulvey gets 2 quick ones. They're feeding the post. You know it's coming with Trace Jackson Davis and He went up for what looked like was going to be a dunk. The ball poked away from behind by Riley Mulvey, but got enough of him with the body. Timeout on the floor. 3:57 to go, first half. Hawks need to hang on here and get a run going back the other way. It's 40-32 Indiana. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
The Burger Shed is a burger lover's dream come true. Our handcrafted burgers are made with a signature blend of certified Angus beef and smoky brisket, served with house-made pickles. But if you're looking for something other than a burger, don't you worry. We've got that too. Check out our wide variety of shed sandwiches, salads, and real ice cream shakes. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Welcome back to Carver. Temperatures gone up, especially in the Hawkeye huddle here the last few minutes. Fran McCaffrey teed up. Miller Kopp made both free throws, both bench technicals, and Indiana leads it by 8. Indiana got the ball back, and now Trace Jackson Davis off a missed Iowa jump shot. Trace Jackson Davis is fouled by Riley Mulvey, so he'll go to the bench with 2 personals. Philip Rebracha will come back carrying 2 personal fouls, as the Hawkeyes in danger of going down double digits. Iowa not a turnover team, but Indiana's turned the Hawks over 8 times in the first half. Bobby Henson, that's Iowa's average for the season for a full game, and I dare say half those turnovers were unforced earlier in the half, and they've led to 16 points. Indiana scored off every Iowa turnover.
Yeah, scored a basket on every turnover. The Hawkeyes, as you mentioned, a couple of them unforced, just getting a little bit, the defensive pressure that Indiana applies is bothering them a little bit, but that and second chance points, 5 offensive rebounds for Indiana have led to 6 Indiana points, and a couple of free throws here for Davis.
Trace Jackson Davis averages just under 20. He's got 8 here in the first half, and he'll get 2 free throws. He's made all 3 of his field goal attempts. That last one was blocked. He's made 2 free throws and gets 2 more. He's got 8 points, 3 rebounds. Great balance by Indiana. Race Thompson has 10, 8 each for Miller Kopp and Trace Jackson Davis, 5 for Trey Galloway. Trace misses the first free throw. He's at 68.5%. Second one is good. It's a 9-point Indiana lead. See if the Hawks can close the first half with a flourish. They'll do it with Keegan Murray on the bench, though. 2 personals. Toussaint, a Rebracha screen. He gets around his man. Leaves it for Bohannon. Bohannon crowded by Xavier Johnson. Jordan drives a pass to Joe Toussaint. Hawks going with a smaller lineup. Here's Toussaint. Holds up high post left. 7 to shoot. Hawks can't find a shot. Chris Murray muscles his way in, misses the runner off the glass. Looked like somebody hit the rim in there, a Hoosier. And the referee says no, didn't see it.
The rim is still shaking.
3:20 to go, first half. Indiana basketball. Here's Kopp for 3 in the corner, and he was standing too deep in the corner, standing on the sideline. Shot was missed anyway. Iowa would have had the rebound, but a turnover on the Hoosiers, their 7th of the first half. So the Hawks hopefully turn that miscue into basket or into points.
Anytime the Hawkeyes come with a double team, either Davis or Race Thompson, Miller Kopp runs to that far left corner for the 3.
And that's been a predominant play here in the first half. Bohannon with a lob pass to Patrick McCaffrey. 3 minutes to go in the first half. Plenty of time for the Hawks to cut into that 9-point deficit. Bohannon lets fly with a long three. No good. Well off the mark. Off the left side and no good. Hawks settling for tough jump shots or shots in traffic inside. Nothing working right now. 2:41 to go. First half. Indiana's got the #1 defense in the Big Ten. Here's a Race Thompson three from the top of the circle. That one's short. Jackson Davis over the top. Put back is good. Trace Jackson Davis with that long reach. Went up over the top of Philip Rebraca, and there's nothing Philip could do. Indiana by 11. It's 43-32. Here's a shoving foul on Trace Jackson Davis. His first of the night.
We'll take it.
Sixth team foul on Indiana. Indiana outscored Iowa 20-4 in the last 7 minutes. So the Hawks had a 6-point lead. We're up 8 at one time. Toussaint lobs into Rebraca. Now to Bohannon. Bohannon a screen from Rebraca. Gets to the basket. Throws it up too hard off the glass. Chris Murray with a rebound. A putback. No good. But he's fouled. And free throws coming for Chris Murray. Put it up there a little soft. Anticipating contact. They're going to get Xavier Johnson for the contact on Chris Murray. And Chris will get 2 free throws. With 2:13 to go in the first half. 43-32 Indiana. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your agent at emcins.com. And law enforcement is cracking down, Hawk fans, on wearing seatbelts in 2022. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Chris Murray makes the first free throw as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Chris Murray makes the second free throw. He's got a 15-point first half. 2:09 to go. Iowa back to within 9. Here's a steal off the press. Toussaint comes up with it. Bohannon for 3. No good, but he's fouled. That should be 3 free ones.
Will be.
I think they got Parker Stewart, I think.
Guy coming from behind there after the turnover. Yeah, 45.
It was a traffic jam out there. Toussaint with a steal. He was in the middle line of that 1-2-2. And so who else would you want at the free throw line with the clock stop needing points? Jordan Bohannon. 43-34 Indiana. First one is good. Jabo has one long three on the night. Shooting at 86% from the foul line on the season. And he makes his first free throw. Just 1 of 5 from the field, but we know he's a dead eye from the foul line. Makes the second.
This will get him going here.
Let's
Open up
hope.
that basket for him from long range.
Well, hopefully it gets the Hawks going too. Iowa down 7. Another free throw coming for Jordan Bohannon. No good, in and out. Rebounded by Chris Murray. Up and good. He jumps like his brother. He can get up in the air, and all of a sudden it's a 5-point Indiana lead. Hawks have run in the last 6. The 1-2-2 press trying to work another turnover on the Hoosiers. Race Thompson's pass deflected, but right to a teammate. Stewart drives inside, scores off the glass, and a foul from behind. Count the basket, and an and one as Indiana knifes through the press, and the person of Parker Stewart, transfer from Pittsburgh. And before that at Tennessee, Martin. Good strong move, and he'll get the and one. Chris Murray committed the foul. Free throw is good. That's too bad. The and one puts Indiana back in front by 8. Minute 43 to go. 46-38 Hoosiers. Toussaint, a bounce top of the circle for Rebraca. Hands off to Patrick McCaffrey, who's been quiet offensively. Drives in on Kopp. Shot blocked away, but Patrick drew the foul, and the contact caused by Miller Kopp will send Patrick to the line to shoot 2. 46-38. Iowa trails by 8. Free throws coming for Patrick McCaffrey. He's got 2 points. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you tonight by State Farm. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Trey Galloway comes and picks up Miller Kopp. He heads to the bench. And then he comes right back out on the floor as Parker Stewart goes to the pine. 46-39. One more coming for Patrick. The Iowa Lottery's instant play games are fast and fun to play. They're like scratch tickets without the scratching. Right now, enter any non-winning instant play ticket for your chance to win big cash prizes. Visit ialottery.com/VIP and learn more. McCaffrey makes both free throws. 46-40 Indiana. There's a kicking call on Patrick McCaffrey. It'll be Indiana basketball coming in. Minute 26 to go in the half. And they'll have 3 seconds to get it across the timeline. 23 on the shot clock. Grace Thompson to inbound right near Coach Mike Woodson. Gets it in. Across it comes to Trey Galloway. Rob Finnessy with the ball, center of the floor. Indiana will run some clock here with a minute 16 to play first half. Galloway, a lob right of the lane for Trey Jackson Davis. He lost the dribble, double teamed in the corner, throws it away. Patrick McCaffrey with a steal. Bohannon with a run out. Layup is no good. Jordan missed it. Misdirected by a flying Race Thompson. And the Hawks miss an opportunity there to cut the deficit to 4. Here's a lob baseline to Race Thompson. Too long for him. He saved it from going out of bounds, but flipped it to Patrick McCaffrey. Another turnover on Indiana and a foul on Rob Finnessy at the other end will send McCaffrey back to the foul line. With Iowa down 6 and 44 seconds to go, first half.
Hawkeye defense staying right on him. The 1-2-2 pressure is giving them trouble, and another turnover there by Indiana. That's 9 in the first half.
The Hawkeyes with 12 points off those 9 turnovers. Timeout asked for here by Indiana. That's a use it or lose it timeout, 30 seconds. And the Hawks will have free throws when we return. 46-40. Indiana's lead is 6. Hawks were down 11, so they're fighting back. They can cut it to 4 with a pair of throws here coming for Patrick McCaffrey. Hawkeye basketball brought to you by our friends at Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Thank you for joining us on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Congratulations to Hawkeye Junior Jerquavia Henderson, named the Big Ten Gymnast Specialist of the Week. Peoria, Illinois native earned the distinction after winning 2 events in the Hawkeyes' victory over Eastern Michigan last Saturday night. Henderson tied a career high en route to her vault title, a 9.925, and posted a second 9.925 to claim the floor title. You talk about athletes. Those gymnasts, my. Flying through the air, the Walendas. All right, Pat McCaffrey has 2. Free throws in and out, no good. 4 points for Patrick on the night. And he takes pride in his free throw shooting. He'll mumble about that one for a while, but he's got one more coming. Iowa can cut the Indiana lead to 5. Connor McCaffrey will come back in. Second free throw is good for Patrick McCaffrey. Brother will come get brother. 46-41. The Hawks will get the ball back here if they can get a stop and a chance to cut the lead to a minimum before the break. Thompson gets it into Trey Galloway, 6'4" guard. Back to Thompson. Thompson holds up at the timeline, gets it to Galloway, streaks to the basket, and lays it up and in over Josh Agundale. That's just too easy, Bobby.
Yeah, it's going to happen when you're extending that full court pressure. Once Galloway got through the double team right there, it was a 3-on-2 fast break.
Practice layup for Galloway, and Indiana's lead is 7 with 19 seconds to go in the first half. Hawks will play for the final shot of the break. Before the break, Toussaint with 10 seconds to go, still standing on the midcourt stripe. Now starts his move. 5 seconds. Bohannon will force a 3 from the left wing. No good. Rebounded by Chris Murray, and he can't get a shot off at the buzzer. And that's where we are at the break. Indiana 48, Iowa 41. Back with more from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Our halftime coverage brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank. Life keeps moving. We're here for every step. U.S. Bank. Member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats. Brought to you by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Get your game day gear online at authentic-brand.com. And by Bud Light. It's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Gary Dauphin and Bobby Hansen. Iowa trails Indiana 48-41 at halftime. The Hoosiers shooting 58%. 18 of 31 from the field. 4 more field goals than the Hawkeyes, each team with 8 free throws. Bobby, the difference with the Hoosiers leading by 7 has to do with points off turnovers.
Yeah, the Hawkeyes uncharacteristically turned the basketball over, 8 of them, but they did take better care of the basketball toward the end. But points off turnovers, as you mentioned, 16 points, 8 turnovers. That means you're scoring a basket on every turnover. Hanging tough on the boards with Indiana, but this is an intense basketball game, Gary. I mean, it's ratcheted up here, and a little brouhaha here at the end of the first half for between both teams, but calmed down before they entered the tunnel.
Yeah, as both teams were walking off the floor when we were in commercial break. Not sure what started it. Josh Agundale was in the middle of it, and I wouldn't want to mess with him. You don't pick out the biggest guy on the floor if you're going to get in someone's face. But they separated, and both teams have departed to the locker room now. 48-41 Indiana. There have been 5 ties, 4 lead changes. Much of that came early. Then Indiana went on an 8-0 run. The Hawkeyes roared back with a 12-0 run to get the lead back, and then Indiana responded with a 10-0 run. And Bobby, it became 20-4 over a 7-minute stretch in the latter part of the first half.
Yeah, well, the first 4-minute segment here, Gary, of the second half, it is going to tell you a lot. The Hawkeyes need to settle down, get back to playing their game. Keegan will be back on the floor, probably with his brother Chris. And Chris Murray, what a first half he had. 17 points for the sophomore, number 24, Chris Murray.
2 fouls on Philip Rebracha and Keegan Murray certainly didn't help. Keegan had 6 points, 3 rebounds when he retired to the bench, but he played just 10 minutes in the first half. Rebracha was only on the floor for about 6. Halftime, and halftime coverage is brought to you by Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light, glad to have you back inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. This winter, Bud Light is for the fans. Do you own or rent your home? Sure you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico.com. Easy. Our Hy-Vee halftime stat check is next. The Hawks trail Indiana by 7. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. So find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
We're at halftime with the Hawkeyes trailing Indiana 48-41. Time now for our stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee and Latham Seeds, who brings you the charity stripe recap. Let's see how the Hawks did from the foul line in that first half. Very good, 73%. Iowa made 8 of 11. Got to the line 11 times, making 8. Indiana, though, 8 of 10 at 80%. So both teams hot from the charity stripe. Thanks to Latham Seeds for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. Rest of the stat recap courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Indiana 18 of 31. The Hawks 14 of 29 in the first 20 minutes. Iowa had one more three-point goal, 5 of 12 versus 4 of 13. Both teams made 8 free throws. And the Hawks hanging in with Indiana despite being undersized again inside. Indiana has 16 rebounds, 6 offensive to 13 rebounds for the Hawkeyes, 5 offensive. The turnovers have hurt the Hawks. They average 8 for the year per game. They've got 8 in the first half. Indiana with 16 points off those 8 turnovers. Now the Hawks have countered with 13 points off 9 Indiana turnovers. Iowa led in scoring in the first half by Chris Murray, who has a new career high, or did he match his career high? Matched his career high with 17. He's going to have a new career high once the second half gets going. Keegan Murray, 6 points with those 2 fouls. He does have 2 block shots and 3 rebounds. And then 5 each for Patrick McCaffrey, Jordan Bohannon, 6 for Keegan Murray. I mentioned that. Iowa's leading rebounder is Chris Murray. He's got 7. Indiana has a couple of double figures, and both the big men inside are having their way off and on. Trace Jackson Davis has hit all 4 of his field goals. He's got 11 points, 5 rebounds. Race Thompson has 10 points, 8 for Miller Kopp. He's got a pair of threes, 7 for Trey Galloway. Iowa trailing Indiana 48-41 at the break. The Hawks led by as many as 5 in the first half. Indiana's biggest lead has been 11. Back with more on the Hawkeye halftime report. Our stat recap courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at Hy-Vee. Scoreboard update courtesy of U.S. Bank is coming up. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
Texting while driving is a very dangerous form of distracted driving. Drivers who use handheld devices while driving are 4 times as likely to get into crashes that can injure themselves or others. Drivers of all ages simply don't realize the dangers that are posed when they take their eyes and minds off the road. Everyone needs to do their part. Help save lives. Don't text and drive. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
These lakes hold a lot of stories, and all of them get better every time they're told. Because you've got 40-inch gators out there, giant lakers, crappies, sunnies, and walleye. So many walleye. Whatever you're after under the ice, Shields has what you need. Shields in-store and online at shields.com. Get ready. The ice is calling.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
48-41 Indiana with a 7-point lead on the Hawkeyes at halftime. Whole 20 minutes left to go. And this has been a bumper car running into each other type of first half. Both teams very physical. We expect more of that in the second period. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard update, Wisconsin has defeated Ohio State 78-68 tonight up at the Kohl Center. Iowa women a winner at Purdue 79-66. 27 points, 8 rebounds for Monica Sonano. 24 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists for Caitlin Clark. DePaul upset 20th ranked Seton Hall 96-92. 19th ranked Texas Tech leading at home against Oklahoma State late 71-52. UCLA down 1 to Oregon midway through the first half. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny, across from DMAC, is proud to offer dine-in and carry-out. Home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza and Chicago-style deep dish, The Wig has all of your favorites, including thin crust pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches like the Turkey Club and Reuben, soups and salads you'll love, and a full bar. Call to order or just come on in for lunch and dinner. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Champions share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. So find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
(48-41) Indiana as we get set to go to the second half. Bobby Hansen is up the tunnel, and he's talking to Hawkeye assistant coach Billy Taylor on that first half.
Billy, that was an intense first half of basketball. What did you see?
Yeah, you know, it's conference play. You can really feel it now. There's some energy in the building. Guys are battling physically. Obviously, a lot of fouls called. It took a little bit of time before the fouls were kind of caught up or evened up. But we just got to continue to battle. We got to battle on the post. We know they're throwing the ball inside. There's no surprise, no secret to what they're doing. Ball's going to Jackson Davis on the block. So we got to be smart with, how we get after him and be physical when the shot goes up on the glass.
Okay, Billy, thank you.
All right, thanks, Bobby.
Billy Taylor's visit with Bobby Hansen. Each game night is brought to you by P&K Midwest and your other John Deere dealers across Iowa. P&K Midwest with locations in Marshalltown, Missouri Valley, Mason City, and Manning. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball, Indiana basketball to start the second half. So Iowa needs to get a stop here early and get momentum back on the home team side. And it comes. Race Thompson with it for Xavier Johnson. Now right wing for Parker Stewart. Oh, a near steal by Toussaint. Toussaint diving on the floor for the loose ball. Miller Kopp gets there with him, and it'll be a jump ball. Great energy by Joe Toussaint to start the second half, and now we've got an injured Hawkeye. Patrick McCaffrey slow to get up. He was throwing that 6'10" body across the parquet as well.
Good to see the Hawkeyes go to the floor with that type of intensity with Joe Toussaint. Pried it loose from one of the Indiana players, and jump ball situation, arrow in favor of the Hawks.
Joe Toussaint, he's always around the ball. That's his first steal of the night. Got 3 points, hit a big 3-point goal to start the game. Now they're mopping the floor there, moisture and perspiration. Iowa starts the second half with Rebraca, Toussaint, Bohannon, Keegan Murray, and Patrick McCaffrey. Xavier Johnson guarding Joe Toussaint as the Hawks go 4 down, 1 out. Now they break Keegan Murray. He's going to look to get his offense going. Drives in on Race Thompson, spins to the lane, turnaround, shoots, scores. Textbook Keegan Murray.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he went over the top of Race Thompson on that one, and he knows he didn't get much time on the floor. He's got 8 points now, and he's going to be looking to score this whole half.
5-point Indiana lead, 48-43, as the Hoosiers have their first look in the offensive end. Here's Thompson, double team. Ball gets away from him. Double team by Murray and by Toussaint. He throws it back out top, and a traveling call on Xavier Johnson. Tried to go without putting the ball on the floor, and 2 turnovers by Indiana here to start the second half. Hawks try to take advantage.
Hawks got them scrambling when they go to the double team whenever Race Thompson or Trace Jackson Davis gets the ball down low, and it really sends Indiana a little bit of a scramble mode.
11 turnovers on Indiana. Keegan Murray for 3, no good off the right of the iron. Patrick McCaffrey with great hustle runs it down. Bohannon for 3, no good. Rebounded by Keegan Murray off the weak side. Iowa keeps the possession. Great effort. Here's Toussaint. Little floater in the lane. That's too strong. Keegan Murray with another rebound. Keegan Murray up and good with a reverse layup. What a beautiful move. What great effort by Keegan Murray.
What great fight by these Hawkeyes, too, here to start the second half. Get this crowd back in the game.
3-point Indiana lead, 48-45. Hawks out hustling the Hoosiers here in the opening minutes of the period. Trace Jackson Davis rolls around Philip Rebraca, though. Took him inside, then rolled back to the baseline and lays it in off the square. 50-45 Hoosiers.
Got to pull him back to the middle, get him away from his left hand there. He's a left-handed player. Force him back over his left shoulder to the right hand.
Patrick McCaffrey now one-on-one dribbling exhibition with Miller Kopp. Here's Patrick to Bohannon, right back to PMAC. He drives into the paint, passes up the jump shot, finds Bohannon left wing, shot fake, drives into the lane, throws it up there, too strong, no good. Strong rebound by Rebraca. Rebraca jump hook, good. Philip Rebraca throwing his weight around in the paint.
Good to see Rebraca. You're in the middle of three Hoosiers there. Came up with the basketball, wasted no time, and just went up, got the deuce.
50-47 Indiana. Both teams getting after it here early in the period. Here's a shot blocked away by Rebraca, right to Trace Jackson Davis, though. It goes to the corner, then thrown away. Another turnover by Xavier Johnson. Wild pass is intercepted by the Hawkeyes. 12 turnovers on Indiana. Patrick McCaffrey, the Iowa defense now turning over the Hoosiers.
Yeah, they came out ready to play here in the second half.
Toussaint with a crossover dribble, stop and go move. Gets high post right, step back jumper good. Joe Toussaint, that pretty looking J this year that he's really worked hard on. It's a 1-point Indiana lead.
He shoots a ton of them here at practice, before practice, after practice, and Hawks back right in it.
Grace Thompson double teamed. He gets it to Trace Jackson Davis, who's hammered from behind by Jordan Bohannon. The littlest guy on the floor swats away a shot from behind on Trace Jackson Davis. He gets up a little slow, but he's okay.
Good foul.
Hard foul. That would have been a slam dunk. 2 free throws coming for Trace Jackson Davis with 16:50 to play in the game. And the Hawkeyes are back to within one, 50-49 of Indiana. Wimmers brings you the best tasting hot dogs made with premium quality lean meats and all natural seasonings. A Midwest favorite since 1934 and the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Wimmers. Trace Jackson Davis misses the first, makes the second. So Indiana's lead is 51-49. The Hawks can tie this trip. Joe T on the trot across the timeline. Gets a screen from Rebraca. Takes it down the left side of the lane. Now backs it out. Holds up. And a bounce for a teammate. Keegan Murray. Patrick McCaffrey comes and gets the basketball as they overload that left side. Now McCaffrey gets into the lane, throws up a shot. Looked like he got handcuffed pretty good there. No call. Misses the shot. Indiana comes back with it. Race Thompson looking for his big counterpart inside. Trace Jackson Davis are doubling him on every catch. That leaves a wing jumper open. A long three is good. Ooh, that's a pretty looking jump shot by Parker Stewart.
Stewart averages 7. He's now got 6 points in the game. He was wide open on the left and made the Hawkeyes pay for the double team.
The Hoosiers squirm back out to a 5-point lead, 54-49. 15:57 to play in the second half. The Hawkeyes cut it to 1. Now back down 5. Toussaint spins a bounce pass to Rebraca. He drives into the paint, step back jumper up and no good off the right of the iron. Indiana with good defense and a rebound. Jackson Davis ahead for Stewart. Parker Stewart, a transfer from Tennessee Martin. Throws on point to Xavier Johnson. Back to Martin. Here's a pitch right of the lane to Race Thompson. He muscles in on Rebraca and a foul on Phillip. Not a shooting foul. It'll be Indiana basketball when we come back.
Third.
Oh, it's on Keegan Murray. Excuse me. His third. He's going to have to play through it and play with the foul problems. Hawks can ill afford to take him out, at least this early in the half. 15:26 to go in the game. Iowa trails Indiana 54-49. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
What's butter than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one butter. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyourBread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval analysis.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few two-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
Bobby Hansen and Gary Dolphin-Beck at Carver Hawkeye Arena. We got a good one going. As we anticipated, it's Big Ten basketball after all. Hawks were down double digits in the first half, trailed by 7 at the break. Got to within 1 here in the early moments of the second period. And as we go to the under 16 timeout, Iowa trails Indiana 54-49. They're getting it done at the defensive end, Bobby.
Yeah, really coming out with some intensity here in the second half. Anytime that ball goes down low to either Thompson or Davis, the immediate double team comes from Joe Toussaint. I like how he gets down there and scraps and digs and gets that ball out of there. Hawkeyes have 7 steals, 3 of them by Patrick McCaffrey, and most of those are because of his pressure out front in the 1-2-2 press.
I'm sure they talked a lot about that at halftime, that press is going to be so effective. You got to get scorers first or get to the free throw line. The Hawks have done that. They've turned Indiana over 13, let me check that, 12 times. Hawks have flipped it over 8 times, but all those in the first half. So a clean start to the second half. Indiana basketball after the Iowa foul, which unfortunately was the 3rd for Keegan Murray, and he does come out of the game in favor of brother Chris.
Chris had an excellent first half, 17 points. He has just 1 foul, so we'll see how much time we can buy with Keegan on the bench.
20 on the shot clock. Miller Kopp will trigger it in for Indiana from underneath right of the Hoosier goal. And Race Thompson got a step on Chris Murray. Shot up, blocked though by Chris Murray. To Rebraca, caromed off Phillip, right back to Chris Murray. So the Hawks get a stop on the block shot by Chris Murray. That's the only change in the Iowa lineup. Here's Toussaint with 15-10 to play. And Indiana protecting a 5-point lead for the moment. Toussaint peering inside for Rebraca. Toussaint pulls up around a Rebraca screen, misses the jumper right of the lane. Hawks get back in a hurry. Indiana rebound. 54-49, the score holds. As Parker Stewart has it on the right wing, and a whistle off the ball. Toussaint gets shoved face first to the floor, and that'll be on Indiana. The shove on Michael Durr, the 7-footer who just came into the game.
Joe did a nice job of fighting around front and just were kind of like blocking him off out front. And
Toussaint's like
Durr
that.
got tired of it.
Fly buzzing around your face, landing on your nose, and Michael Durr had enough, and that was pretty obvious. He didn't disguise that foul at all. The Hawks get it right back. That's 2 stops in a row on Indiana. Here's Bohannon. Boy, they are covering him up. Chris Murray drives in from the left wing. Spin move off the glass and scores. That was a very Keegan Murray-like move there.
Nice move by Chris Murray, though, getting back to his left hand over the top of Race Thompson.
Fouled off the ball, a hold on the Hawkeyes. I think they're going to catch. No, it's not Patrick McCaffrey. It's on Rebraca, and that's 3 on him. Trace Jackson Davis comes out after a 2-minute blow. Race Thompson will check to the bench. 54-51 after the Chris Murray basket gives him a new career high of 19 points with 14:20 to go in the game. Kopp to inbound. Looking, nothing underneath, so he goes deep out on the left wing for Xavier Johnson. The shot fake by Parker Stewart into the corner to Kopp. He drives in right of the lane, pushes up a jumper. No good over Patrick McCaffrey. Really good defense by Patrick.
Held his ground right there, and Philip Rebraca there with the box out on the big fella, Michael Durr.
Rebraca sets a screen for McCaffrey. He leaves it to the trailer, Chris Murray. Puts the brakes on left of the lane. Now throws back on point to Bohannon to Toussaint. 12 to shoot, 13:50 to play in the game. Iowa down 3. Big possession here. Bohannon can't pull the trigger on a 3, gets it to Chris Murray. Murray's going to try and create something. Shot up, blocked by Trace Jackson Davis, and out of bounds. Shot clock violation. Good stop there by the Hoosiers. Outstanding defense by Indiana. Whether it was Toussaint or Bohannon all the wing shooters were covered up.
Yeah, they really pressed out on the three-point line, and Hawks knew the clock was winding down, just couldn't get an opening.
Hey, this is the best defense statistically in the Big Ten. Indiana, Iowa has the best offense. So the shootout continues. The back and forth continues. Chris Murray gets called for a hold as Stewart with a pass fake took off, and Chris a little bit flat-footed commits the personal. His second. 13:30 to play in the game. Iowa trailing 54-51. Shot clock resets to 20. Kopp bounces it right of the lane to Trace Jackson Davis. Backs in on Rebraca. Bad pass through the lane. Heavy traffic. Picked off by Toussaint. Another steal by Joe. Here he comes, bobbing and weaving his way all the way to the basket. Off the glass and good. And let's see if they count it.
Should.
Nope, they waved the basket off. No continuation there. But what a move. What a herky-jerky sequence by Joe Toussaint, starting with the steal.
Yeah, he read it perfectly. Errant pass by Davis, and Joe Toussaint was off to the races, not to be denied. Foul, third foul on Parker Stewart, his third.
Yeah, he picked up the third foul on Stewart anyway, so he has to check to the bench. 13-14 to go. Here's a lob into Chris Murray. Shot blocked away by Davis. Gets it back up and in. Tell you what, these guys are so much alike. One's left-handed, one's right-handed. They just stay with the ball. Block shot, I don't care. They go and get it, put it back up and in.
Quick off their feet is what you're trying to say there, Gary. It was a popcorn machine right there by Chris Murray.
A double screen at the other end for Xavier Johnson, and he counters the Chris Murray basket. Indiana back up 3. 56-53, 12:47 to play. And on we go. Patrick McCaffrey bodied up on by Miller Kopp. Pass right wing for Rebraca. Bohannon's now traveling the baseline, trying to free up from a defender.
Finishing all over him.
That's his job. Rebraca comes and sets a screen for Jordan. Then he's handed off to a bigger man, and Michael Durr drives around him and scores in the lane. Said no 7-footers fast enough to stay with me, and Bohannon flips it up and in. 56-55 Indiana. 12:15 to go.
Yeah, Jordan with a little teardrop runner right there gets the basket to drop. He now has 7.
There's a stop and go move and a lost ball. It's batted around in the lane, and now a foul called on Iowa. Fran McCaffrey is not happy, but the foul is called by Edwin Young, and he tells Fran to hold his temper. A lot of traffic in there, and the ball got knocked loose from Xavier Johnson, and a foul called. Might have been off the ball, but contact on Iowa. I didn't catch who the foul was on.
They gave it to Bohannon, his second.
All right, 12 minutes to go. 56-55, and Indiana with a lead, and back and forth we go.
Toussaint, I'm sorry, his second.
On Joe. Either way, it's a second foul on a Hawkeye guard. Here's a lob into the paint to Jackson Davis, knocked away by Chris Murray. Turnover Indiana. Toussaint back the other way, misses the running layup. Off the glass, he had to reverse it. Patrick McCaffrey slow to get up. Now Indiana throws it away again. Trying to be very Iowa-like with a fast break and throws it away. The Hawks get the ball right back. Well, it's entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
Lots of turnovers, but the kids are fighting hard at both ends of the floor. A lot of mistakes, but boy, the fans are loving it. They're on their feet with 11:40 to go and officials timeout. With Indiana hanging on to a 56-55 one-point lead, Iowa has a chance to get back in front when we come back. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get your free COVID-19 vaccine at Hy-Vee. Go to Hy-Vee.com/mypharmacy to schedule an appointment. That's right. Just go online and reserve your time. Getting your vaccine has never been easier. This is your shot to help protect yourself and your loved ones from the COVID-19 virus. Just go online to Hy-Vee.com/mypharmacy and schedule your COVID-19 vaccine. Don't delay. Make your appointment now.
Are you ready to get off the bench to score a new and better job? It's easier than you think. IowaWorks.gov can show you how to find the best possible route to a slam dunk career. IowaWorks.gov has more than 80,000 listings for quality, unfilled jobs. You'll learn about apprenticeships and programs for veterans, as well as Future Ready Iowa's Last Dollar Scholarship, which can cover the full cost of training in high-demand occupations. Winning starts with a plan. Visit IowaWorks.gov today and get in the game.
Hawkeye defense has held Indiana to 8 second-half points in 8 minutes as we welcome you back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa basketball. Indiana with a lead 56-55. The Hoosiers led by as many as 11 in the first half, but the Hawkeye defense has fought back and now gets the ball back after the Indiana turnover. 16 turnovers on the Hoosiers. And Iowa with a chance to get the lead on this next possession. We're brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue is caring, blue is convenient, and now blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Offering all-in-one Medicare coverage, our extensive network, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com. And we know Iowa grows a lot of corn, but in reality, corn grows Iowa. Corn grows our livestock, economy, and our athletes. Put on your best face for the Iowa Corn Cam and follow Iowa Corn on Facebook to be corn-fed.
Yeah, I like the start of the second half here, Gary. As you mentioned, about 8 minutes deep in here, 8 minutes, 20 seconds deep. The Hawkeyes have outscored Indiana 14-8, just a one-point game, and you got them kind of right where you want them. Turning the basketball over, 16 turnovers have led to 23 points for the Hawkeyes. Rebound numbers are equal at 21 apiece. Now you just got to get ahead. You get a little lead here, going 8-10-point lead, and I think Indiana won't be able to come back.
Get ready, Hawk fans. Mediacom is on its way to delivering the nation's first 10G platform. You know, that's the kind of speed dreams are made of. Hawks got good speed out there now as Aaron Eulis gives Joe Toussaint a blow. Tony Perkins checks in, and Keegan Murray comes back with those 3 fouls. Connor McCaffrey checks in, and Chris Murray will inbound and does so to Eulis. 11.5 minutes to play in the game, and Iowa down 1 with the ball. Here's Connor McCaffrey. Pushed out near the midcourt stripe. Now to Tony Perkins. Screen from Chris Murray. Tony turns the corner, gets into the lane, holds up, nowhere to go. He's covered up by Rob Finnessy. Tried to go to the baseline, now throws up a jump shot. 5-second violation on Iowa. Ooh, that hurts.
Tony got deep into the paint, and Indiana did not leave anybody. They just got inside the Hawkeye jerseys and nowhere to go for Tony. Tough night for Perkins so far.
10th turnover on the Hawkeyes. Iowa winning that battle. They'll try and turn Indiana over again. Trey Galloway comes into the game. He brings the ball down the floor. Indiana up 1. Hawks shooting for the lead, but turned it over. Iowa man-to-man. Finnessy at the point. Galloway on the left wing.
Now they jump into a zone.
They jump back into a 2-3 zone to protect Keegan Murray. Here's a long 3 from the top of the circle. No good. Trace Jackson Davis with a rebound, and he's fouled by Connor McCaffrey. Or is that Keegan Murray?
I think it's Keegan.
Oh, my.
4th foul.
Wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So Philip Rebracha will come in. Keegan trying to battle the lanky Trace Jackson Davis. And he's 6'9", 6'10", long arms. Makes him 7 feet, really.
Off an offensive rebound there. Tried to block him out, just couldn't contain.
10:54 to go, and they got Indiana to take the shot they wanted. Now a foul on Philip Rebracha.
That's 4 on Philip.
Boy, have they tightened this thing up.
Free throws.
Oh, my. Edwin Young with the last 2 calls. 1-1 coming for Indiana, and 10:49 to go in the game. And this all started with the Iowa turnover, the 5-second call at the other end. And Indiana now 2 fouls, 2 consecutive fouls on Keegan Murray and Philip Rebracha, and the Hawks get deeper in foul trouble. Free throws good by Trace Jackson Davis. Authentic Brand proudly provides Bobby and my apparel for tonight's game. A great Iowa company with a huge selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear. Available at many local retailers across the state, or order online now at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand, look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Trace Jackson Davis made the first free throw, missed the second, and a jump ball, a tie-up, will give Indiana the ball back. Well, they're feasting here.
With the arrow there, got an offensive rebound. Race Thompson over the top of Philip Rabracha, and fans don't like it down at that end, but
well, after all that, it's 57-55. Indiana by 2. And they still have the basketball. Galloway lobs out top for Jackson Davis. Into the near corner for Thompson. And here's a pass right through the arms of Indiana guard Rob Finnessy, and a turnover on Indiana. Unforced error.
Everybody's feeling the intensity, I think, a little bit.
A little tight here. 17 turnovers on Indiana, and the Hawkeyes now can get it tied. Fran McCaffrey's leaning into DJ Carstenson's left ear and saying that guy across the way is killing us.
I agree.
And we play on. Hawks need a score here to get the crowd really into it. Here's Chris Murray. Tony Perkins. They overload the left side, the Hawks do. Perkins picked up by Thompson. He drives inside, banks it in off the glass. Went around the bigger Thompson. Tie game at 57. The Hawks have come all the way back from 11 down.
Nice job, Tony Perkins. Not been the best tonight for Tony, but he not giving up. He went hard to the rim and got the floater.
Galloway right wing to Finnessy on point. Back to Galloway. Drives inside. Throws it to the baseline. Picked up by Chris Murray. Hawks can get the lead. Here's Ulis. Ahead to Perkins. Reverse layup good. Iowa back in front. 59-57.
Off another turnover by Indiana. That's 18 turnovers in the half, and it's been this unit here with Ulis, Perkins, Keegan, and Connor, along with Rabracha, that got the lead.
9:49 to play in the game. Here's a running layup attempt. No good. Left of the lane by Finnessy. Trace Jackson Davis keeps the possession alive. Couldn't control the basketball, but Finnessy came in and got it. Indiana keeps the basketball with 10 to shoot. Ball did not draw iron. The Finnessy layup attempt. Here's Galloway driving inside. Throws it out to the wing. Here's a long three by Finnessy. No good. Rebounded by Iowa. Rabracha with a great block out. Connor McCaffrey with the rebound. Hawks up 2 with the basketball. 9:15 to go. Connor leaves it for Perkins. Perkins guarded by Tamar Bates. Tony between the legs dribble, gets into the lane. He's fouled. Body contact by Bates. And Tony Perkins starting to feel good about his game. He's from Indianapolis, don't forget. He's got his feet underneath him now, Bobby.
Yeah, playing with confidence, Tony is. You got a few turnovers there in the first half, but now Fran stays with him. That gives a kid confidence, and he's just taking easy, aggressive moves to the basket.
Tony hit the basket to put the Hawks up. He's an 82% free thrower, shooting 2. Free throws good. He doesn't waste any time. He gets that ball and it's gone. Back into the game comes Parker Stewart for Indiana. Now he's got 3 fouls. Tamar Bates, guilty of that last one, comes out. Iowa 60, Indiana 57. Second free throw is good. Josh Agundale will come and protect Rabracha a little bit. Great block out on that last Indiana possession by Rabracha.
Yeah, it really was, and he's battling, and he's got blood on his jersey, and he is just giving it everything he's got. But how about Tony Perkins? He's got the last 6 points for the Hawkeyes.
1-2-2 press. Indiana almost an over and back. Here's a deep 3 from the wing. Good by Parker Stewart. That kid can shoot the basketball. Great shooter. 61-60. Iowa's lead is 1. Fran McCaffrey was calling for an over and back, but not going to get it. 8:51 to play in the game. 3-point goal by Parker Stewart tightens things up. Indiana has hit 6 threes. The Hawks have 5. Ulis drives around a screen by Agundale. Here's a wing jumper on the way by Chris Murray. That's good. Great assist by Connor McCaffrey. And Chris Murray reins in a 3. Iowa back in front by 4.
24 points for Chris Murray. A career high. He's got 2 3-point field goals. And that kid is just blossoming in front of our eyes.
Lefty righty. It's all Murray. Here's a pass that got away from Trace Jackson Davis inside, but a foul as the ball was heading in that way. A foul on Iowa.
1-1 for Davis. 3rd foul on Agundale.
Josh Agundale with a forearm shiver. 8:18 to play. Trace Jackson Davis back at the foul line. to shoot the 1-and-1. 18 fouls on Iowa, just 3 called on Indiana here in the second half. This has been a hotly contested series here in Iowa City. Over history, the Hawks have won 46, Indiana 43 in games played here in Iowa City. Hawks have won 21 and lost 13 in Carver Hawkeye Arena, but Iowa's won 9 of the last 14 meetings here at home. Davis makes the first, misses the second. Rebound Iowa. 64-61. Hawks by 3 with the ball as the damage is limited. And Ulis brings the ball back for the Hawkeyes, guarded close by Parker Stewart. Screen from Agundale. Ulis turns the corner, gets into the paint. Here's Agundale driving inside on Trace Jackson Davis. Shot blocked away. It'll be Iowa basketball when play resumes. I love the way the big fella challenged Trace Jackson Davis. He's just got to give him a little head fake or some kind of fake.
Give him a little shoulder fake, a little shimmy shake up top, get him off his feet, and then dive into him. But he heard the crowd yelling for him to go and take a shot. And it'll be Hawkeye basketball when we come back.
Shimmy, shimmy, cocoa pop. Hawkeyes up 64-61 with 7:59 to go in the game, leading Indiana. Are you ready to trade up to a new and better job? It's easier than you think. IowaWorks.gov can show you how to run the best possible route to a new career. Winning starts with a plan. Visit www.iowaworks.gov today and get in the game. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless, with a nationwide network built from your town up. We're proud to be the official wireless provider of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa by 3. We're inside 8 minutes to go in the game here in Iowa City, and this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call Wyckoff Heating in Des Moines, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to Wyckoff Heating, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy in the Des Moines area, it's Lennox and Wyckoff Heating. Lennox, Wyckoff Heating, and the Hawkeyes. There's a winning combination.
Hawkeye basketball from Iowa City, Carver Hawkeye Arena. It has been a remarkable comeback by the Hawkeyes considering the foul issues with Keegan Murray and Philip Rebracha, 2 of Iowa's bigger players inside. Of course, Keegan Murray leading the nation in scoring, as Iowa's been able to come back from 11 down, get the lead 64-61 over Indiana with 7:59 to play in the game. We're brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. I bring it up, Bobby, because Keegan Murray's played 16 minutes. Philip Rebracha's played 16 and a half.
Yeah, but there's Chris Murray, 24 points, career high, a couple of 3-pointers, and he is just picking up where his brother had to go out of the game, Keegan, with the fouls, or Rebracha, but just love the fight out of these Hawkeyes. What's going on right now?
It'll be Iowa basketball. The Hawks, great opportunity to stretch the lead to 5 as we get back to action. Agundale stays in. He has the ball on a lob in, drives into Trace Jackson Davis, throws back to the wing. Tony Perkins, pull up jumper. He's been hot of late, misses that one. It rattles in and out, no good.
Had a good look.
He sure did. Good feed by Agundale. The Hawks get back on defense. 7:45 to play. Iowa 64, Indiana 61. Right wing feed for Galloway. High post right for Race Thompson. Finnessy for 3. No good. Agundale with Trace Jackson Davis on his back. knocks Agundale down, no call. And Agundale tips the ball to a teammate. Here's Aaron Eulis taking it baseline to baseline, right at the heart of that Indiana defense, and he draws a foul. He'll get 2 free throws.
Foul on Galloway as Aaron Eulis. He picked that one up because of his speed. He just went right at him. As I said, with this defensive pressure, you can't go backward. You've got to go to the hoop with confidence.
Aaron stands in, a very good free throw shooter. First one takes flight. It's good. Eulis at 92%. Miller Kopp comes and gets Finney. Trey Galloway's out of the lineup for Indiana as well, and replacing him is Xavier Johnson. Iowa 65, Indiana 61. Eulis with one more free throw. Oh, it's good. He and Perkins, they want the ball in their hands, don't they?
Confident young sophomore players, the future of the Hawkeye backcourt.
Xavier Johnson, left wing, Miller Kopp. Hawkeyes in that zone, 2-3 zone, but it's a stretch zone. Here's Trace Jackson-Davis with a jump shot. Good. It curls in. Found a little seam in the middle of that zone, and a jump hook goes in. Eulis all the way again, racing to the other end, and is fouled from behind. That is 5 team fouls on the Hoosiers. I don't think it was a shooting foul. They're going to get Xavier Johnson with the shove from behind. Hawkeyes will have it outside court across the way. 66-63. Iowa's lead is 3. 7:03 to play. Connor McCaffrey, Josh Agundale, Tony Perkins, Aaron Eulis, and Chris Murray, who's having a night. He's got the ball in the wing, drives around, Race Thompson to the free throw line, to Perkins, top of the circle. Shot is just short. Rebound tipped out, controlled by Parker Stewart. Keep an eye on him. He can shoot. He drives all the way this time and scores. And a reach-in foul on Tony Perkins. And all of a sudden, Indiana can tie the game as Parker Stewart, a 64% free throw shooter, checks to the line with the and one.
Yeah, crazy bounce off the long rebound. It led to a run out, and Parker Stewart did not give it up. He just put his head down, went all the way to the basket. Foul by Tony, his first, and the and one coming.
And this guy's a 4-year player, a redshirt junior from Union City, Tennessee. Started out at Pittsburgh, went to Tennessee Martin. Now he's at Indiana. Perkins comes out for Iowa. Agundale gets a nice hand as he checks to the benches. Keegan Murray comes back along with Philip Rebraca and Jordan Bohannon. Chris Murray will get a breather for a minute. 6:50 to go in the game. Iowa's lead is 1. Stewart shoots for the tie. It is no good. Rebounded Keegan Murray. Ahead to Eulis. Aaron stays in to run that point. Here's Keegan. Picked up by Race Thompson. What a battle that's been tonight. Race has got a little more weight to him. Keegan takes him down low. Spins into the lane. Shot. Ball actually came out loose right to Connor McCaffrey with 8 to shoot. Now Eulis around a Rebraca's screen. And a whistle off the ball. A hold called on Indiana. Well, that's big. We're going to get Xavier Johnson.
His 4th.
Grabbing in the paint.
With the clock winding down.
And he comes out now, and Rob Finney comes right back in. So the shot clock resets to 20. 6:24 to play in the game, at least in regulation. Iowa 66, the Hoosiers 65. Bohannon with a catch on the right wing. Drives a pass left side for Connor McCaffrey. They're looking for Keegan inside. Miller Kopp has the task of guarding him now. Keegan with a catch left wing to Connor. He throws up a 3. In and out, no good. Keegan Murray with a rebound. Up and good. Little jumper. The ball came off the right way. Weak side left of the lane. Keegan grabbed it, and he knows what to do with it.
Keegan now with 12 points. He's in a battle down low with Race Thompson. He won that battle.
68-65. Here's Thompson inside. He jumped into Rebraca. And a foul called on Connor McCaffrey with the reach in. Yeah. And free throws coming for Indiana with 5:52 to go in the game. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by our friends at the Hyatt. Join Fran McCaffrey for his weekly radio show at the Hyatt Regency Hotel and Conference Center in the Iowa River Landing in Coralville. Hawk Talk with Coach McCaffrey takes place weekly from 7 to 8:30. Visit HawkeyeSports.com and view the full schedule. All fans are welcome to attend. The show is live on the Hawkeye Radio Network and the official Iowa Hawkeye YouTube channel. Race Thompson drains the first high arcing free throw. Another solid performance for him tonight. He's got 11 points. And the second one is no good. Indiana struggled a little bit, batting .500 at the free throw line of late. They're now 12 for 19. 68-66. The Hawkeyes lead is 2 with 5:40 to go. Ulis, a little ISO one-on-one dribble, drives in and misses the runner in the lane on Rob Finney. Gets the rebound and he's fouled. What an effort by Aaron Ulis.
Yeah, absolutely. He went in one-on-one with Finney and in the battle. He probably got fouled going up with the shot, but he stayed with it after the block and gets the foul on Miller Kopp. 2 free throws coming for a man they call AU.
And when you're batting .920 from the foul line, you want to get there as often as you can. 2 points, both of them free throws, and he's been doing a lot of the ball handling and getting Iowa into its offense. And here he is for 2 more. And it's good. Good front forward spin off the lip of the rim and down through. Kissed off the fiberglass. And 3 free throws now for Aaron Ulis. Iowa goes back up 3. Big one here. Gives them a 2-possession lead. In and out and back in. 5.5 to go in the game. Iowa's lead is 4. 70-66. A 1-2-2 press. Here's Thompson, picks up his dribble, and it should have been a 10-second call. They get the steal anyway on the pass. Keegan Murray with the pick. Now leaves it for a trailer. Bohannon for 3. In and out, no good. Rebound off of Indiana. It'll be Iowa basketball. Oh, no.
Better look at that one.
They give it to Indiana, but there is no way. Oh, boy. Keegan Murray split 2 Hoosiers. And the official, Edwin Young, is saying it went off of Iowa. And that's not reviewable. It'll be, now they reverse it. Well, they don't reverse it. They give it to Iowa on the inbounds pass, deflected away by either Connor McCaffrey or Aaron Ulis, off of Rob Finney.
Yeah, I think it was Keegan that was in there overplaying, and he was just all over Finney as he tried to inbound it, and it's just gotten wild inside Carver.
If that wasn't a make good, I've never seen one.
Yeah, that's right.
Iowa gets the ball back, and a whistle, a kick on Indiana. Aaron Ulis, a dangerous bounce pass in heavy traffic along the right side of the lane. Fortunate that it was kicked by a Hoosier. There have been traffic jams all night long in the lane. Aaron will inbound left of the goal. Now a foul on Indiana. Before they could inbound it, they're going to get Parker Stewart for the grab on Bohannon, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. It looked like a forearm shiver to the neck.
Jordan will shoot the 1-and-1. Both teams. Indiana's been in the double bonus for a while. The Hawkeyes now are in the 1-and-1. 5:11 to go. Iowa up 4, trying to pull away from the foul line. Free throw is good by Jordan, who knocked down his 400th career 3-point goal tonight in the first half. If you missed it, only 5 players in the history of college basketball from a Power 5 conference have made 400 threes. 20 overall in college basketball. But Bohannon is best at the foul line. He makes both, and the Hawks are up 6. 72-66. Bohannon with 9. We wind down to the 5-minute mark to go in the game. Finney picks up his dribble, finds Parker Stewart across the timeline. Race Thompson left wide open on the wing, won't take the shot. Now drives into Connor McCaffrey. Rebraca comes to help. Here's a 3. Nope. Shot fake by Finney. 3 on the way by Stewart. No good. Rebounded by Trace Jackson Davis. Up and no good. Rebounded by Iowa's Keegan Murray. He can rebound too.
I'll tell you what, give Aaron Ulis a lot of credit right there. He was battling Trace Jackson Davis. Didn't get the board, but he stayed with him and forced a tough shot, and the Hawks get the rebound.
Hawks try to build on their biggest lead of the night. They led by 5 in the first half, lead it by 6 here with 4.5 to go. Bohannon out top for Keegan Murray. He's not afraid to pump from there, but Race Thompson has him covered up. Now hands him off to Trace Jackson Davis. Drives down the left side of the lane. Shot up, no good. Rebounded by Thompson. Stolen away from behind by Connor McCaffrey. And then Race Thompson elbows Connor out of bounds, and a foul called on Race Thompson. Frustration foul there by Race Thompson.
Yeah, but excellent sneak in there, get the basketball by Connor McCaffrey. Just out-muscled him for the basketball, and I believe it'll be 1-and-1 for Connor.
9th team foul on Indiana. Race looking like his dad there, throwing a block. The great Darrell Thompson, the former Golden Gopher All-American. Timeout asked for by Indiana. This is Big Ten basketball.
Yeah, it is. Love it. Don't you love it? Right in the middle of wintertime. The energy in the building.
72-66. The Hawkeyes lead is 6 for the moment. Connor McCaffrey shoots free throws when we come back. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
The day we've all been dreaming of is approaching, when life gets back to normal. But we're not there yet. So please, everybody, do your part. Get vaccinated against COVID-19 as soon as possible, because that's the best way to protect you. Protect them. Protect everybody. It's the best way to get Iowa back to normal. Find a COVID vaccine location near you at vaccinateiowa.gov.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye basketball, with Iowa leading 72-66, 4 minutes 13 seconds to play in the game. Let's step out for a 10-second station identification break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Hoosiers have turned the ball over 3 times in the last minute and a half. They've turned it over a lot tonight, Bobby. The Hawkeyes have 29 points of Indiana turnovers.
21 turnovers for the Hoosiers, and it's just been because of the Hawkeye 1-2-2. Three-quarter court pressure has really caused them problems. And then the Hawks competitive, just battling on the defensive end to pry those balls loose and force those turnovers.
72-66 Iowa. Connor McCaffrey, who had a nifty steal on the blind side of Race Thompson, and Race, frustrated, shoved Connor out of bounds. Foul, and McCaffrey's at the line at 83% free thrower. It's on the way and good. Craig Galloway would have been called for a lane violation had it not gone in. Connor's got that little delay when he cocks the wrist. Little hitch, good way to describe it. Makes the first. 73-66 Hawkeyes. And the next free throw is right through. Big play by Connor McCaffrey. But that's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does, and that's why he's on the floor right now. He's crunch time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray at the front end of that press. Hawkeyes up 10, 76-66. 22 Indiana turnovers. 3:56 to go. Here's a drive and a score, a layup. Stop and go move, not once but twice by Xavier Johnson. Another Pitt transfer out of Woodbridge, Virginia. And a little hesitation move bought him some open air. And the Hawkeyes lead cut back to 8, 76-68. Hawks can afford to be conservative here with the possession, run some clock. Here's a give and go. Bohannon to Rebraca. Jump hook is blocked away by Trace Jackson Davis. A delayed whistle, but the right call. That'll be a goaltend.
Absolutely the right call. You can't block a shot like that. When Phillip threw it up there with 5 feet in front of the rim, that ball was clearly on its downward arc.
I could see that from here. Trace Jackson Davis begs to differ, but the man in the stripes made the call, and it's 78-68. Iowa leads by 10. Biggest lead of the night for the Hawkeyes, as it is a turnover factory. for Indiana, especially here in the second half, and Iowa's taking advantage of it now. 31 points, 33 points off Indiana's 22 turnovers. The Hawks lead it by 10. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Hi, this is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895, and Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call Lozier Heating in the Des Moines area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to Lozier Heating, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and Lozier Heating. Lennox, Lozier Heating, and the Hawkeyes. Now that's a winning combination.
Hawkeye basketball on Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're in Carver Hawkeye Arena. Thursday night. Big Ten. Physical. Rough and tumble. Artistry on defense by Iowa, especially in the second half, outscoring Indiana 37-20. Bobby Hansen after trailing at the break by 7. And it's been all about defense and turnovers.
Remarkable turnaround by the Hawkeyes, down by 7 at halftime, but they just have never given up in this game. And the rebound numbers, out rebounding Indiana now by 1. The Hawkeyes have 15 offensive boards. Chris Murray has 6 of those 15 offensive boards. He's got a double-double total with 26 points, 10 rebounds.
Throughout the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series, Iowa Corn promotes honest, hard-working values that are uniquely Iowa. On behalf of Iowa's corn farmers, we salute all fans and athletes for their hard work and determination to be the best both on and off the field. Just like our top athletes, our state leads the nation in corn and ethanol production. Follow Iowa Corn to learn how corn grows Iowa. 78-68, the Big Ten's highest scoring offense has found life here in the second half through its defense. No more is that more evident than Chris Murray's steal at the point of that press a moment ago on a dunk. Here's Indiana on the attack, down by 10 with 3:20 to go in the game. Parker Stewart has had some big threes in the second half. Here's a jump pass and a dunk, a weak side baseline cut by Race Thompson, and a nice jump pass from Galloway to Thompson for the slammeroo. 12 points for Race Thompson. I'll check that, 13 points for Race Thompson. Hawkeyes have to call a timeout. Indiana slapped the full court press on, and Iowa still with 3 timeouts remaining. Indiana has just 1 left in its bag. Now the Hawks have 2 remaining. 3:01 to go. 32nd timeout asked for by the Hawkeyes, who lead 78-70. Most important thing here, get it inbounds.
Get it inbound cleanly. They're going to be hacking and slapping away at you. Protect the basketball. Be strong with the ball. Don't pick up your dribble if you can avoid it, Gary, and step up to the free throw line and finish these Hoosiers off.
Tyler Lindebaum, Iowa's All-American center, just texted me. He said, man, I like this kind of game. Of course, there's contact. There's contact.
And the intensity of it.
He said, I'm not sure how much help I would be here, but I'm feeling good about the second half. This was about 10 minutes ago. Well, he's right most of the time. He's going to announce tomorrow on what his future will be. And I know talking to him, it's a really tough decision. But whatever decision he makes, it'll be the right one, whether he comes back or heads to the NFL. And I'm going with the latter. I mean, he's ready.
Set yourself up for life.
Hawkeyes are setting themselves up for a big victory thanks to their defense. They get it inbounds to Chris Murray, who has had a dazzling performance tonight, a breakout performance for Chris Murray when his brother was on the bench in foul trouble. Here he scores again. They spread the floor, and 6'8" Chris Murray dribbles to the rim and up over the top of a defender. 80-70 Iowa.
28 points now for Chris Murray.
Galloway, shot fake, baseline feed for Thompson. 2.5 to play. Thompson's doubled, throws to the wing. Here's a three, no good, missed badly. Rebound out of bounds, touch last by Indiana. Great attempt, great effort by Trey Galloway, but he was walled off by Connor McCaffrey and Aaron Ulis.
Nice job, Ulis there. Had his backside on him and could have called a foul on Galloway over the top.
2:23 to go. The Hawks in control now with a 10-point lead and the basketball. They get it into Ulis, does Bohannon. Now the dribble swiped away, taken away by Indiana, and a foul on Ulis. Turnover on the Hawkeyes. That is 11 on Iowa. And Ulis gets caught with a reach. Xavier Johnson with the steal, the poke away. And so he'll shoot free throws. So hold the phone with 2:17 to go. Iowa had the ball in a 10-point lead, but coughed it up. And at the line to shoot two. Missing the first is Xavier Johnson. He's a 70% free thrower, so he's good. Iowa's made 18 of 21 from the foul line. Indiana is now 12 of 21. That's been a big factor.
Yeah, big factor in the game right there.
That and the turnovers. But again, I go back to the first half comment as we wound down, Bobby. And I said this one's going to come down to depth and who's the better conditioned team at the end. And we know who that is right now.
That'd be the Hawkeyes.
Second free throw is good. It's 80-71. The Hawks limit the damage. And now they get the ball in the hands of Connor McCaffrey. He's shadowed by Trey Galloway. Iowa can take the shot clock, or the game clock, well inside 2 minutes on this possession, up 9. Connor hands it off to Ulis. 2 minutes to go in the game. A pitch into the corner. Keegan, a step back three, no good. Rebounded by Trace Jackson Davis, out of bounds to Indiana. Connor McCaffrey poked it away. Ooh, Keegan had a good look at that three.
Wide open in the left corner. They flew at him after he took the shot, and that thing just hit the back of the iron a little bit and bounced long.
Well, the Hawks need a stop.
Cover the three-point line.
Indeed, up 9 with 1:48 to go. And here comes a three by Galloway, and it's good. Nobody there. They left him wide open, and that's the scout on him. He can shoot the three. Iowa's lead is 6, 80-74. Connor McCaffrey gets it across the line just in time, and now a timeout asked for by Iowa. He was going to bring it across the line to Aaron Ulis and held up and called timeout. Now, Indiana's not done being heard from yet with 1:31 to go in regulation, and the Hawks up 80-74. Quickstar's new Tundra Max diesel is just that. More winter protection for whatever Mother Nature throws at you. Blended with up to 30% #1 diesel. Make Quickstar your stop for Tundra Max Premium Blended Diesel. Quickstar, proud partner of Iowa Hawkeye Athletics. Hawks trying to secure this one and then head to Minnesota on Sunday afternoon. That's a 1 o'clock tip-off here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Noon for the pregame show. A little Sunday basketball from the old barn, Williams Arena, followed by a road trip to Rutgers. So this is really important for Iowa to get this victory here at home.
Absolutely it is, and a lot of time left here. 1:31 to go. Hawkeye basketball. They have one timeout. Indiana also has one timeout left. Both teams will be shooting the double bonus.
Both Keegan and Chris Murray on the floor with Aaron Ulis, Connor McCaffrey, and Jordan Bohannon. They'll try and get it to the finish line. 15 to shoot as we get back to action. 1:20 to play in the game. Ulis, 4 in, 1 out. Ulis looking, can't find anybody. 5 to shoot. Aaron's going to have to force something up. Here it comes, and it's an air ball. Shot clock violation on Iowa. Fran McCaffrey is coming out of his skin. 2 big stops, back-to-back stops by Indiana's Joe Toussaint will come and get Aaron Ulis. 1:09 to go in regulation, 80-74. Fran had a play drawn up in that timeout. They just couldn't execute it.
Didn't run it.
Well, the Hawks need a stop here. Galloway hit a big three a moment ago, gets it to Parker Stewart. Hawks guarding that three-point line. Stewart, top of the circle with 1 minute to go in regulation. Indiana down 6. 54 now. A lost dribble by Parker Stewart. Ball goes out of bounds, but swiped away by Joe Toussaint. Joe hadn't played in a while. He's fresh for the finish. 52.2 to go. 13 on the shot clock. Indiana ball underneath, out of bounds, right of the goal. Galloway looking, can't find anybody. Now he gets it to their All-American Trace Jackson Davis. Here's Stewart around Toussaint. Toussaint knocks the dribble away, and a foul called on Indiana. Stewart going after Chris Murray, who came up with a loose ball. Joe Toussaint, the old wraparound poke away twice. And Indiana victimized by its 23rd turnover.
That is crazy to even be in a game if you have 23 turnovers. But Hawks certainly have come alive here in the second half, and no quit in these Hawkeyes.
Stewart is out of the game. 5th foul on him, so they lose one of their better three-point shooters. This kid's hitting 46% from 3, and he's had a good game tonight. 11 points, but now 5 fouls. Let's see, Stewart on the night has hit a pair of threes among his 4 field goals. 46.6 to play. Chris Murray will shoot free throws. Both teams in the double bonus.
Chance to get to 30 points for Chris.
Career high for him. First free throws up and no good. He rushed that one. He wanted to get it up there as soon as he got his hands on the ball. 28 points for Chris. This would give him 29. Knock this one down. This is big. It's good. Iowa up 3 possessions. 81-74, 46 seconds to go. Quickly into the front court, Xavier Johnson all the way to the basket. Forces up a shot. No good. Good defense by the Murray twins there. Chris rebounds. Foul on Indiana. And the countdown is on with 36.5 to go.
Yeah, great job by the Hawkeyes. And playing defense here at the end. Never quit, never gave up. Kept flipping Indiana over. Number of turnovers, 23 turnovers, and a tougher team came out on top tonight.
Indiana with 48 first half points. They've got, what, 26, if my quick math is correct here in the second half. That is a defensive turnaround. Bohannon fouled, hits the first free throw. Hawks are back up 8, 82-74. Jordan Bohannon doing what he does best. Clutch moments like this. He's got 10 points, now 11. Makes them both. And the Hawks will put on some soft pressure, but guard that three-point line. That's primary. Here's a long three by Race Thompson. No good. Rebounded by Murray. Keegan Murray clears it. The Hawks are going to get out of here with a victory. 83-74. 21 seconds to go in the game. Indiana not going to foul. Shot clock is off. Dazzling performance by Chris Murray with brother Keegan in foul trouble, and Iowa will win it 83-74. This could be a trampoline bounce for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And a game like this brings a team together. Gary, you're sitting there at 1-3, and you're like, you hate to call anything a must-win, but this is as close to a must-win as you got.
Hawks win it 83-74, and we'll break it down in the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Coming up next, this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Ford. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. By the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery. indiana.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Energy is a smile lighting up the room. The anticipation of popcorn popping. The thrill you feel when your favorite movie starts playing. Energy is what powers all the little things in life. That's why Alliant Energy provides innovative energy solutions to power the moments that power you. It's what makes powering beyond your expectations so worthwhile. See all the ways we're doing just that at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Multi-platinum country superstar Sarah Evans is bringing her Copy That tour to the newly remodeled event center at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on May 21st.
And I could not ask for more. You were born to fly. No place that far.
Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy, powering beyond. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Iowa Lottery, win a warehouse dash or up to $100,000 in cash with the Iowa Lottery. And by West Bend, the Silver Lining. Welcome to Postgame.
Iowa's defense turned Indiana over 23 times tonight and gets the victory with a big come from behind second half, outscoring the Hoosiers by 16 to win it 83-74. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, everybody. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. The Hawks trailed by 7 at halftime, 48-41. But that defense took over, Bobby, in the second half, especially the 1-2-2 press, forcing 23 total Indiana turnovers, scoring 34 points off those turnovers. Iowa turned over Western Michigan earlier in the year 24 times. Tonight was the second best performance in terms of turnovers, but number one in points off mistakes, 34 points. Just a dazzling performance, a staggering performance by that Iowa defense.
Yeah, it really was. And what a turnaround second half. And it all started with you know, the 1-2-2, I guess, when they realized that they could really cause some problems for Indiana in that. And you get that length that the Hawkeyes have out there, and really not much from Trace Jackson Davis in the second half. He had 7 points in there, but I go back to Chris Murray. What a coming out party for Chris here in front of the home fans. A career night, 29 points. If we look at his rebound numbers, he had 11 rebounds, 6 offensively, 3 block shots, 3 steals. That is player of the week type numbers.
That's what I call brotherly love. Yeah. Keegan played just 22 minutes because of 4 personal fouls. He was in foul trouble from the get-go, got 2 early fouls, and that he and Rebraca both were on the bench 5 minutes into the game. I mean, don't tell me that wasn't a factor in how Iowa played the first half.
No, it certainly was a factor, and crazy game to officiate here. These guys were you know, just both sides were giving it to them, and you know, I just go back to, you know, now you're in the middle of Big Ten play here now, and every game matters so much, especially home games, Gary, and you can't afford to drop these type of games, and the Hawkeyes really stepped up. I'm proud of those guys tonight that wearing that uniform.
Coming into tonight, this season in college basketball, officials had whistled a total of 17 fouls on both teams per game. They were headed for an NCAA record season of fewest fouls called. Well, tonight, 22 called on Iowa, 21 called on Indiana. Only one player fouled out, but players were in constant foul trouble. So 43 fouls called tonight versus the average of 16 coming into this week's play. We know those numbers are going to go up with all the contact in conference play and all these rivalries.
Yeah, and let's forget about that, and let's look at the bench points here. Led by Chris Murray, Hawkeye's bench outscores Indiana's bench. And that's a deep Indiana team Fran talked about, but they outscore the Indiana bench 46-17, led by 29 from Chris Murray.
Hawkeyes win at 83-74. A big victory in the conference gets them to 2-3. The Hoosiers dropped at 3-3. Iowa now 12-4 overall. And the Hoosiers also 12-4. That's a quad one win that Iowa's been looking for. I was talking to Jordan Bohannon before the game tonight. So we got to get some quad one wins. This one is big tonight, and hopefully the Hawks are on their way. Let's look at the points in the paint. As Bobby mentioned, the bench outscoring Iowa 46-17. Points in the paint. Iowa really a big second half in lane scores and paint scores. And many of these points came off forced turnovers, runouts, dunks, and layups. Off the front of that 1-2-2 press. Courtesy of Spahn & Rose. Builders, contractors, and serious do-it-yourselfers know Spahn & Rose is the one-stop shop for high-quality building materials. The Hawks put the hammer down tonight on Indiana, outscoring the Hoosiers in the paint 42-40. Spahn & Rose invites you to suit your home up with new Anderson windows. For new home builds or replacement windows, Anderson looks great. They're even easier to install with a new Easy Connect joining system. Anderson, bright rooms, better protection. With expert advice, single coat coverage, and easy cleanup, your paint project is guaranteed to be a success. Here's our Latham Seeds Charity Stripe recap now. That was important. The Charity Stripe recap courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. Iowa made 21 of 25 from the foul line. That's 84% versus Indiana's 13 of 21 at 62%. That was a big difference maker as well, especially late when the Hawks were sewing it up inside the last 3 minutes. That's the Charity Stripe recap courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like Coach McCaffrey relies on diverse talents to put a winner on the court, no seed company has more trait or genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. Our post-game coverage will continue in a minute, courtesy of U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless with a nationwide network built from your town up. We're proud to be the official wireless provider of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hawks get a hard-fought win over Indiana, 83-74. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Champions share common traits: integrity, reliability, hard work, and innovation. Your Better Business Bureau knows championship companies. We conduct background checks and listen to consumers around Iowa and Illinois, so we know the true character of these companies. Let the BBB match you with a championship company when you're hiring a contractor, using a business, or need a service. The Better Business Bureau is an Iowa nonprofit serving our neighbors for over 80 years. BBB help and information is free. You'll find us at bbb.org/Iowa.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one better. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval and analysis.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
It's a winner for the Hawkeyes, 83-74 over Indiana. The Hoosiers led by 7 at the break, but the Hawkeye defense, most notably the 1-2-2 press, put the clamps on in the second half, turning the Hoosiers over time after time and outscoring Indiana 42-26 as Iowa wins it 83-74. We'll check the Hy-Vee stat recap in just a minute. Hawkeye basketball brought to you tonight and all season long by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. The Hawkeyes end a 3-game losing streak to Indiana with an 84-73 victory. Hawks, is your small business ready for a big promotion? Hawk fans, to support and celebrate small businesses, United Healthcare and Hawkeye Athletics are teaming up for the spotlight on small business sweepstakes. Winners receive radio promotions, social media recognition, and more. To enter, visit HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. United Healthcare, a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye Athletics. Tell you what we'll do, we'll start our, we got Chris Murray coming right now, so we'll get a headset on Chris, and he's got the bloody jersey here. He looks just like he just came out of a war zone. and I guess for a time tonight it was a war zone, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. My shirt shows it, even though you guys probably can't see it.
Well, I'm calling it brotherly love because number 15 was on the bench more than he was on the floor. Actually, he was on the floor for 22 minutes, but you certainly came to the call when needed most. And, your teammates did that. The Iowa bench was spectacular.
Yeah, it was just an opportunity for me. Just got to stay ready. That's kind of what I've been doing all year. It's the next guy up in the situation. Our bench has been doing a really good job all year just stepping up. And Keegan, he got a couple fouls. It's not usually like him, but it was just my opportunity to just step up and help our team out.
Well, I know Fran's blood pressure went up about 150 points tonight, but this is a tough game to call. I mean, you don't want to call too many fouls, and yet they called 43, and in the end, free throws made the difference. But there were so many components to this basketball game. Your performance was staggering: 29 points, 11 rebounds. You took 18 shots, made 12. At the free throw line, the Hawks were 21 of 25. But I got to ask you, what piece of that 1-2-2 press was most effective? You had some big plays at the front of it, the dunk late, but the middle and back lines were there too.
Yeah, they were bringing their four-man out to kind of handle the ball, and we just had that opportunity to just let him, just pressure him and make him make a decision, and that's what ultimately led to us getting a bunch of steals and forcing them to turn it over in the second half.
This is Big Ten basketball.
Yeah.
And I had Tyler Lindenbaum texted me saying how much he was into it because of the contact and the physicality. But that is this league.
Yeah, it is. It's physical. You're not going to go into a game thinking it's not going to be like that every time. You have to have that mindset come into every single game, and I'm glad that we brought it.
And there was a little extra sense of urgency tonight. You just certainly didn't want to go to 1-4 going on the road for back-to-back games at Minnesota and Rutgers. And this game was a quad one win. It was really important in a lot of ways, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. We kind of knew that coming into it. This was going to be a turning point in our season, especially with the opportunity that we have coming up. I'm glad that we got this win. Looking forward to going to Minnesota.
Talk about your development from the start of the year to now. You know, Keegan, rightfully so, getting all the headlines for this program. But Chris Murray, we've been hearing it for 2 years now. Watch Lefty. He's going to come on, and you have.
Yeah, for some reason, people always give me my left hand. But no, at the beginning of the year, just trying to figure out my role. And I finally got a lot confident in what I was doing on the court and the decisions I was making. And our veterans did a great job of keeping me going and helping me gain my confidence. And I think you kind of saw that in an all-time high tonight.
Yeah, you look pretty confident out there tonight. Yeah. You're not afraid to shoot it from beyond or close. But the Hawks, another big factor, Chris, was on the backboards. You guys held your own, actually won the battle by 4. And that must give you confidence off the glass going forward.
Yeah, it does, especially with a team like that who plays two bigs who are two of the best in the conference. Just being able to out-rebound them was a huge goal of ours, and we knew that if we did that, we'd have a great opportunity to win this game.
On to the barn off a 29-11 performance. You've got to be the most confident guy in the building, right?
Yeah, I am. Should be.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
There he goes, Chris Murray, our star of the game. 29 minutes he played tonight, bloodied jersey and all. 29 points. That's not bad, a point a minute. 12 of 18 from the field, 2 of 5 from distance. Made 3 of 4 free throws, 11 rebounds. What a double-double, a staggering performance for Chris Murray. Couple of assists, 3 block shots, and 3 steals. He was the complete package, and he is our star of the game. To the Hy-Vee post-game stat report we go, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. You know about Chris Murray's line, 29 and 11 to lead Iowa. 2 other Hawks in double figures. Brother Keegan, despite playing limited minutes, had 12 points, 9 rebounds. He doggone near had a double-double. 11 for Jordan Bohannon, 6 of those from the foul line, 6 of 7 total, and really clutch in the game's final 2 minutes. 8 points for Tony Perkins. Tony had a solid floor game. Aaron Eulis backed him up with 4 points and 4 rebounds. 5 points for Connor McCaffrey. Connor with 3 steals, and they all seem to be big. 5 points for Joe Toussaint, 5 for Patrick McCaffrey, 4 points, 4 rebounds for Philip Rabracha. In the end, the Hawks shoot 28 of 63. That's 44%. 6 of 18 from distance, and 21 of 25 from the free throw line. The Hawkeyes turned Indiana over 23 times and outscored the Hoosiers 34-18 in points off turnovers. That 16-point differential was the difference in the game, no question, as Iowa wins at 83-74. For the Hoosiers, they shot 27 of 53. That's 51%. Hawks with 1 more field goal, though. Indiana was 7 of 22 from beyond the three-point arc, and 13 of 21 from the foul line. Missed free throws hurt the Hoosiers. That's just 61%. The Hawks were batting 84% from the charity stripe. Iowa rebounded Indiana 35-31 with 16 offensive, a dozen offensive for the Hoosiers. Second chance points goes Iowa's way as well, 16-9. Fast break points. The Hawkeyes outscored Indiana 17-7. Iowa turned the ball over 12 times, Indiana 23 times. The Hawks had 7 block shots and 15 steals. 15 steals, that might be a single game record. Most of those off that 1-2-2 press, which really hassled and harassed Indiana all night long. The Hoosiers had 5 blocks and 4 steals. Iowa trailed 48-41 at halftime. Got down by as many as 11 in the first half. Got it back to within 7 and then outscored Indiana 42-26 in the second period. The Hawkeyes' largest lead of the game was 10, and they win it 83-74 after 6 ties and 5 lead changes. That's the Hy-Vee stat recap. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Hawks win it by 9, and we're back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Energy is a smile lighting up the room. The anticipation of popcorn popping. The thrill you feel when your favorite movie starts playing. Energy is what powers all the little things in life. That's why Alliant Energy provides innovative energy solutions to power the moments that power you. It's what makes powering beyond your expectations so worthwhile. See all the ways we're doing just that at AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Built for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't built for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2020 calendar year total sales.
The day we've all been dreaming of is approaching, when life gets back to normal. But we're not there yet. So please, everybody, do your part. Get vaccinated against COVID-19 as soon as possible, because that's the best way to protect you. Protect them. Protect everybody. It's the best way to get Iowa back to normal. Find a COVID vaccine location near you at vaccinateiowa.gov.
Well, we've heard from our star of the game, put in a breathtaking performance tonight. 29 points, 11 rebounds for Chris Murray. Yes, not Keegan, Chris Murray. I got my names right here. Keegan in foul trouble. A brother comes to the rally. And the Hawks outscore Indiana by 16 in the second half to win it by 9, 83-74. Fran McCaffrey's blood pressure, I think, is back down at least to a manageable level. And Bobby Hansen is sitting alongside the coach in the Hawkeye locker room. He's brought to you by John Deere, including P&K Midwest with locations in Maquoketa, Mount Vernon, Sumner, Waterloo, and Waverly. Here's Bobby with Coach McCaffrey.
Coach, what a tremendous game. Unbelievable second half by the Hawkeyes, and you in particular would not let your team quit. That was an intense basketball game. Your overall thoughts?
Well, I think, Bobby, you nailed it. It was a very physical game. It was a very intense game. I felt like we had to be tougher tonight. I didn't think we were tough enough in our last game. You know, it's not like you're not tough all the time. You weren't tough enough for long enough. And so tonight I thought we really competed. They had 14 turns in the second half. They only scored 26 points in the second half. We out-rebounded them by 7 or 8 in the second half. Chris Murray was phenomenal. But it's kind of the way our team is. I mean, Keegan's minutes were severely, taken away from any way you want to look at it. He was in foul trouble the whole game. But the beautiful thing about him was when he was out there, he was producing. His brother was phenomenal, 29 and 11. Patrick was really good at times. Connor was really good coming down the stretch. Euless, terrific. Toussaint, terrific. Perkins took the game over in that one stretch, made a couple mistakes, put J-Ball back in. He's killing free throws. Rabracha was just out there fighting. It's not an easy cover. Trace Jackson Davis is a first-team All-American for a reason. So Phillip was really aggressive and had to keep his cool because he was in foul trouble too. I mean, the first half we had Phillip, Keegan, Riley, and Josh all in foul trouble.
And, Coach, you nailed it. It was, the second half there, the intensity of the deep. What'd you tell those guys at halftime? As we were talking, Joe and Patrick got together to really set the tone to start the second half.
That play epitomized what the second half was going to be because it's their ball coming out, all right? So it's their ball. They want to score. They want to go up 9. We're down 7. We immediately cut it to 5. And then you could see it was we're going to get it back to even, and then we'll go from there. But our zone was terrific. Our press was great. We got activity. We got flicks, turnovers, runouts, some easy baskets. We were driving the ball. I thought we were a little tentative, Bobby, in the first half offensively. Patrick was really trying to drive it, but we didn't get as much penetration as we got in the second half. And I thought we got some transition opportunities as well.
And, Coach, the 1-2-2 three-quarter court press that we talked about at Hawk Talk, and you use a lot this year. Used it a lot tonight. Did you see something on film that you thought you could flip Indiana over?
What we wanted to do was put pressure on them, make them handle it at 80 feet, at 65 feet, make them make decisions, not give them as much time to come down and run their stuff to trace. If you let them bring it down, now you're dealing with reversals, dump it in, high-low, because he's a handful, and he's going to foul your whole team out. So we really went after those guys and got some turnovers, like we said, and got some runouts. But it was less time we had to defend them at half court, which I think was critical.
And you mentioned when we talked that that's a deep basketball team, Indiana, yet you guys outscore them 46-17 in bench. The bench really produced.
The bench was phenomenal, and that's who we are. They typically play 12. Tonight I think they only played 10, but they normally play 12. And tonight we got great play from so many different people. It was fun to see. I'm really proud of them.
Coach, what does a victory like this do for the confidence of your team as you claw your way back to 500 in the Big Ten?
Yeah, Bobby, you have to recognize we just beat a really good team, and we were behind. And things weren't going great at one point in time. But you got to stay the course. We talk about it all the time. And then you got to be tougher than maybe you were before, in the first half. And continue to share the ball and continue to share the rebounding responsibilities and understand, okay, who's hurting us? Where are they going? And if we call a set and we're not running motion or we're not running one of our motion options, can we execute? And we did a really good job executing tonight, except for the one play coming down the stretch. We really executed. Even when Keegan missed a three in the corner, it was a perfect execution.
And, Coach, we're in the middle of the Big Ten season now, and that was classic Big Ten basketball. And how about the energy inside Carver Hawkeye Arena?
Well, you know, you could feel it. When I walked out, you know, you don't know how many people are going to come on a Thursday night at 8 o'clock, but they showed up, and they were loud. And when we got going, it was really impactful. And I can tell you how much the players appreciate that and how much effect it has on the game. So we need them every night.
And, Coach, as we put this one in the rearview mirror, we're going to enjoy it for a while, but off to Minneapolis Saturday for a game at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Thoughts on playing the Gophers?
They're really playing well. I mean, you know, they had a lot of turnover, coach, players, but Ben's done a terrific job, his staff. And they got Peyton Willis back. He was there before. He's playing like an all-league player. They have a lot of new faces, but they really play together. They make shots. They make plays. They don't make mistakes. Have to play well to beat them.
Okay, Coach. Well, congratulations once again on this victory here tonight, and we'll see you on the airplane Saturday.
Look forward to it, Bobby. Thank you.
Coach McCaffrey with Bobby Hansen, brought to you by P&K Midwest. At P&K Midwest, we have the John Deere tractor you want at the price you need. At P&K Midwest, you can afford it. Shop online today at pnkmidwest.com/tractors. Obviously excited, Coach McCaffrey, and he has a right to be. That second half comeback was something as the Hawks score 34 points on the night off Indiana's 23 turnovers and outscore the Hoosiers by 16 in the second half. They won at 83-74. More U.S. Cellular postgame show is coming up. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
When you build a network locally engineered for the home team, you know how important a strong connection is on game day. So you give every fan in town access to 5G at no extra charge. Now, when you switch to US Cellular, you can get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Join the nationwide network built from your town up and stay connected to your home team with US Cellular 5G. Switch today and get unlimited 5G data for only $30 a month with 4 lines. Terms apply. 5G not available everywhere. See uscellular.com for details.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny, across from DMAC, is proud to offer dine-in and carry-out. Home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza and Chicago-style deep dish, the Wig has all of your favorites, including thin crust pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches like the Turkey Club and Reuben, soups and salads you'll love, and a full bar. Call to order or just come on in for lunch and dinner. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you make no car payments for the next 3 months by moving your car loan to Community Choice. Plus, we'll do our best to help you lower your monthly payment. You know what? We'll even go one better. We'll buy your car loan. Get $150 cash when you sell us your vehicle loan of $15,000 or more. It takes just 60 seconds to get started online. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. See website for details on subject credit approval and analysis.
Hawkeyes a winner tonight over Indiana, 83-74. Electric atmosphere at at Carver. Well, it sounded like Kinnick for a while at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Great to see you fans who are driving home out here and braving that late start. And I saw a lot of kids here. That was great to see, even on a school night. And I'm sure they'll be just fine in class tomorrow after this thrilling victory by their beloved Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's talk about our Lennox dealers. Hot Hawkeye of the night. Could it be anybody else but Chris Murray? He logged 29 minutes, scored 29 points, hit 12 of 18 shots, including 2 3-point goals, made 3 of 4 free throws, collared 11 rebounds. 3 steals, 3 block shots, and 2 assists. That is an impressive stat line for Chris Murray, our hot Hawkeye, courtesy of the Lennox dealers of Iowa, including Vic's Heating, Plumbing, and Vent in Decorah. Out in Denison, it's Verlin's Plumbing and Heating. All Seasons Heating and Cooling in Dubuque. And in Fort Dodge, stop in and say hi to our friends at AHC Incorporated. Thanks to Kevin Roloff and all the Lennox dealers for their long-standing partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Now our Pioneer Breakthrough Performance Plays of the Game, courtesy of Pioneer. Keegan Murray, you knew he was going to be involved. We just didn't know he was going to get in early foul trouble, so he made the most of his minutes at the start of the game. Double move by Jordan, gets a screen from Rebraca. Now 7 to shoot to Keegan Murray. Keegan, a step back 3 on the way. Good. Ties the game. Tough shot with Miller Kopp right in his kisser, and he knocks it down. As tied early, then Indiana ran in 6 straight before Joe Toussaint drained a 3 with an assist from Philip Rebraca. And Chris Murray tied it up 4 minutes deep in. Hawks come away with a rebound. Toussaint, stop and go move all the way to the basket. Drops it off inside Chris Murray. Layup good. Joe Toussaint with a beautiful drive and a dish. Yeah, Joe was active. He didn't play as many minutes as he would have liked, but I'm glad that Coach McCaffrey kept him fresh for the end of the game. Toussaint with an assist, 3 steals, a couple turnovers, and 5 points on the game. But Chris Murray was off and running. That tied the game at 9. Keegan Murray's layup kept Iowa close to the Hoosiers. They scored 4 straight to go back up 4. And back and forth we went. Jordan Bohannon's 3 with 14 minutes to go in the first half gave Iowa a rare lead. Indiana by 2. Bohannon stepped back 3. Good! Down through. Not only did they tie it, the Hawkeyes get the lead on a 27-foot 3 by Bohannon. Number 400, Bobby.
Number 400 right there.
400 for his career. The 5th player in the history of college basketball, the 5th player from a Power 5 conference to score 400 threes, and just the 20th player in the history of the game in all of college basketball to score 400 threes, and he's far from finished. Iowa was up 16-15, but then Indiana went on an 8-0 run and took the lead 23-16. But Chris Murray was just getting heated up. 11 minutes to play first half. Iowa down 5 with the basketball. Chris Murray jump hooks in the lane, tucks it down through, up over the top of the muscular Michael Durr. He's 7 feet 250, a junior from Atlanta. Halfway through the first half, the Hawks were within 3. After a stop, Connor McCaffrey's 3-point goal tied the game at 23. After another stop, Chris Murray gave the Hawks a 3-point lead. Out of his range, and all of a sudden the Hawks on a 7-0 run can get the lead. Chris Murray hits a 3 in transition. Very Keegan Murray-like, and Indiana has to get a timeout. It was a 10-0 run Iowa was putting together there thanks to Chris Murray. The Hawks went up 3, but Indiana would close the first half with a flourish and led 48-41. To the second half we go, and that Iowa 1-2-2 press really turned the tide. Keegan Murray hit a jump shot. Of course, he played just a few minutes in that first half, so he was looking to make his meal money early on. He hit a jumper to start the second half, came right back with a reverse layup. Here's Toussaint, little floater in the lane, that's too strong. Keegan Murray with another rebound. Keegan Murray up and good with a reverse layup. What a beautiful move. What great effort by Keegan Murray. Hawks scored 4 quick points to start the half, and they were down only 3 at 48-45. Rebraca got a layup a moment later with Indiana up 5. It was a 3-point lead for the Hoosiers again. Then a stop and a Toussaint jumper brought the Hawks to within 1. Indiana scored back-to-back baskets. Chris Murray responded with back-to-back layups. It was 54-53 Indiana, 7 minutes deep in the second half. It was 56-53 when Jordan Bohannon scored on a layup in the lane. 12 minutes to go in the game, 56-55 Indiana. And this is about the time that Iowa depth, Iowa the better conditioned team on this night anyway, went to work with that 1-2-2 press, and they started turning the Hoosiers over time and again. 57-55 Indiana when Tony Perkins ties the game. They overload the left side, the Hawks do. Perkins picked up by Thompson. He drives inside, banks it in off the glass. Went around the bigger Thompson, tie game at 57. Then after another steal, the Hawks get the lead for good. Drives inside, throws it to the baseline, picked off by Chris Murray. Hawks can get the lead. Here's Ulis ahead to Perkins. Reverse layup good. Iowa back in front, 59-57. They would go ahead by 4, 61-57. a moment later, hey, Daryl, good to see you, bud. Daryl Thompson's in the building. All right, buddy, good to see you. Great effort by Race tonight. You bet. We gave him his due. See you this weekend, maybe. Daryl Thompson, the great running back of the Gophers and the Green Bay Packers, here watching his son Race play tonight, who had a solid game for the Hoosiers in a losing effort. Daryl's one of the best. And Mom's from Mason City, who played volleyball here at Iowa. Okay, where were we? Perkins, after another Hawkeye stop, got 2 free throws. Iowa was up 61-57. Indiana hit a 3 to make it 61-60. Chris Murray responded in kind. Ulis drives around a screen by Agundale. Here's a wing jumper on the way by Chris Murray. That's good! Great assist by Connor McCaffrey. 64-60. The Hawks were up by 4, steadily pulled away with that 1-2-2 press, and it was as good as over on this play.
He's on the floor right now, and he's crunch time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray at the front end of that press. Hawkeyes up 10, 76-66. That with 4 minutes to go, Iowa wins it by 9, 83-74. Those are the breakthrough performance plays of the game, courtesy of Pioneer. When it comes to breakthrough performances and higher yields in your cornfields, choose the brand that's revolutionized how corn is developed. Choose Pioneer. Learn more at cornrevolution.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. More postgame coming up, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Here as Iowa beats Indiana 83-74. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly transformed Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center. Located in the heart of the Iowa River Landing, walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeyes volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency is the new home of Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey this fall. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye Basketball.
Flu season is here, and you can get your flu shot now at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. It's easy, convenient, and you can schedule your appointment online. Just go to Hy-Vee.com/mypharmacy. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. This year, it's more important than ever to stay healthy. So go online to Hy-Vee.com/mypharmacy today to schedule your flu shot and get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions may apply.
Hawkeyes with a big second half defeat Indiana 83-74. We had talked in the pregame show about both teams being deep. Afterwards, Indiana first-year coach Mike Woodson, a Hall of Famer under Bob Knight in Bloomington, he was not happy with the way his bench played, at least mostly.
And I gotta figure out our bench. Our bench has got to play a role in this, guys, if we're going to win. I can't play our starters 40 minutes a game. And, you know, I thought we talked about this a little bit after the game. You know, they got to play a role. And if they come in and do their job, they got to at least hold the lead or extend it. And even if they extend it, they're going to stay in the game and play. I'll play them until their tongues fall out. That's just how I've coached over the years. But our bench is just as important as the guys that start the game, and I got to play them. to give them a shot at it, and they didn't fare well in that stretch. They went on a 10-0 run just like that, and so I had to go back to the guys that got us the lead.
Mike, you had 48 points in the first half, and then in the second half you scored just 18 in the first 16 minutes. I know their press was a little bit more exaggerated there in the second half, but it just didn't seem like you were getting any kind of good looks that you wanted.
Well, again, when you're throwing the ball away, when you're not rebounding the ball, you're not making your free throws, that's a bad combination when you're trying to win on the road. You know, you got to do almost all of those things perfectly to win on the road, and we didn't do that tonight. I thought we played a great first half, but unfortunately you got to play 20 more minutes, and as good as we were the first half, we were awful the second half.
Dustin, I guess just keeping up with that, I mean, what did you, Trey said basically that he felt like that just didn't come out with the same level of energy. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know if it was the energy. I just think, you know, when you turn the ball over 23 times, and 8 of those came from our guys out front, our guards, Rob and X, that can't happen. I got to get more leadership there in terms of them being able to calm the storm, get the ball up, and execute something to get us, you know, an opportunity to at least score the ball.
This is kind of was a similar pattern to Wisconsin. Is this concerning to you, frustrating that you guys just can't finish it out?
I just got to get them to believe. I got to get them over the hump, man. I mean, we're playing well enough. Wisconsin was 38 and a half minutes of good basketball. Tonight was just 20 minutes of good basketball, and you just can't do that. I got to help them get over the hump.
Mike, Iowa was obviously bringing a different pace than what you've seen the last few games. Was stamina an issue at all in the second half?
Well, you could point the finger at that a little bit because Trace and Race played 36 and 33 minutes, but which they're capable of playing it. But again, you know, I got to make sure that our bench is in a good place to secure them some minutes and do what they need to do to keep the game going. And we just didn't do that tonight. We were just awful all the way around in that regard.
Well, Mike Woodson, who played the game at the highest level, an honest assessment of his bench and starters getting worn down. And that's what the Hawkeyes do. They get you sideways with that 1-2-2 press. And tonight they forced 23 Indiana turnovers, resulting in 34 Iowa points as the Hawkeyes rally in the second half, down 8 at the break, and win it by 9, 83-74. The Hawks now have won 5 of their last 6 games and are 10-1 at home this season. Back to wrap up the U.S. Cellular postgame show next in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Every drive to the basket begins with a single step. The path to your new future could start with a single click. IowaWorks.gov is Iowa's one-stop shop for occupation information with a database of more than 80,000 quality job openings statewide. Visit IowaWorks.gov to discover Earn As You Learn apprentice programs, as well as details on scholarships, job training, and classes to help you build a killer resume. The basket isn't going to come to you. Find your future. Visit IowaWorks.gov.
The next time you visit Eastern Iowa, check out the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Bachmeyer Carpet One, Floor and Home, Klosterman Construction, and the Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, named Iowa Tourism's 2021 Hotel of the Year and awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Built for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't built for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2020 calendar year total sales.
Well, let's conclude our U.S. Cellular postgame show tonight with a final look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. One other game of the Big Ten, 13th ranked Wisconsin held off 16th ranked Ohio State 78-68 at the Kohl Center. The Hawkeye women a victory on the road at Purdue. Good for the Hawks and Lisa Bluter. They won back-to-back games now after defeating Purdue 79-66. Monica Sonano with 27 points, 8 rebounds. Caitlin Clark, a near triple-double, 24, 8, and 9. 24 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists. And the Hawks won it 79-66 over the Boilermakers. Back to men's basketball. DePaul upset 20th-ranked Seton Hall 96-92. 19th-ranked Texas Tech defeated Oklahoma State 78-57 in Big 12 play. Major upset, 3rd-ranked UCLA went down at home to Oregon. The Ducks win it in overtime, 84-81. At the half, 2nd-ranked Gonzaga leads BYU by 12. 5th-ranked USC trails Oregon State at home by 5 at the break. And at halftime, it's 6th-ranked Arizona 32 and Colorado 28. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard update, and that'll conclude our coverage tonight from Iowa City, where sophomore Chris Murray posted his first career double-double, and was it a double whammy? 29 points, 11 rebounds. He was a difference maker with brother Keegan in foul trouble as the Hawkeyes rally in the second half to beat Indiana 83-74. Join us Sunday afternoon at noon for our pregame coverage from the Barn, Williams Arena in Minneapolis, as the Hawks head on the road now for the next week at Minnesota and then at Rutgers. They'll tip at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon in the Twin Cities. For Bobby Hansen, our engineer-producer Corey Sheets, and for our support staff here at the University of Iowa, thanks for tuning in tonight here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, where the Hawkeyes improved to 12-4 on the season, 2-3 in the Big Ten, with an 83-74 win over the Indiana Hoosiers. Good night from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Hy-Vee, the official grocer partner of Iowa Hawkeyes basketball. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Extreme, powered by Mediacom. It's the internet dreams are made of. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. And by U.S. Bank, helping individuals and businesses work toward their financial goals. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Also brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Governor's Traffic and Safety Bureau by the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Get your game day gear online at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.